Hello, everyone, and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host, Jay, and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late-night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, AKIAJI Margo.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Margo. Welcome on in. I'm so excited to have you here this evening, and I see lots of chestnuts in chat. And I am kind of curious, how did they become the chestnuts? I feel like fan names usually have some sort of flavorful connection to the VTuber, and I suppose chestnuts being flavorful in this case sort of serves a double entendre, but you run a baked potato stand, a sweet potato stand. Are chestnuts a garnish for that, or is there some other inside joke that I'm missing?
I just thought it'd be cute. I didn't put much thought into it. I was kind of thinking of honestly, like the imagery came first. I think I was drawing a picture, and then I was like, oh, I don't really have like a mascot, and I ended up drawing like a weird little like bomb slime thing that looked like a chestnut, and I'm like, well, even though I'm a yucky emo stand, like chestnuts are associated enough with the fall that I think I can get away with it. So
that makes sense. And I know the chestnuts actually wreaked some very positive havoc on you recently because you are hot on the heels of your third anniversary, third-year celebration, and your birthday, so also belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
I saw several tweets from you of just, it sounds like things went very well.
Yeah, my community went freaking ham this year. I
Good job,
don't know.
Good job.
I'm very humbled to have such a supportive community. So.
And I know that this model is your 3.0. How long were you working on it?
Man, I don't even know. I feel like I just woke up one day and I looked at my 2.0 and I'm like, I've had this sucker for like 2 years and I'm sick of it. I need a new model. So I feel like it took me like just like a month of like nonstop working to make this, but it was about like the 3 months, I would say, for all of the outfits and toggles and stuff like that. So
honestly, in some ways, I hear 3 months and I think, oh wow, that's pretty brisk. That's not a bad pace at all, because I know, well, I can't say that I know how much work goes into it, but I have heard, and I am certainly aware that doing the art and rigging for a model is not something that is just a weekend project, usually. And that for all the bells and whistles that you've given yourself, that being able to get that done over the course of 3 months actually does not sound that bad.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a workaholic. I have a really bad habit of like just getting obsessed with things and not being able to think about anything else, so I sort of locked myself in my room and didn't do anything but draw.
There's worse things to be hyperfixated on.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I feel like that type of hyperfixation is something that everybody in any form of content sort of gets at some point or another, that it's not even just limited to VTubers. I think that's just people who are creative. If they find something, they have an inspiration, a project that they want to do, that it's, okay, this is what I'm doing right now, and the next thing you know, oops, there goes 10 hours, and, well, that was a nice day, and then the next day, oops, there goes 8 hours, and it just sort of adds up.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's like anything else.
When you approached the design,
drive.
Yeah. When you approached the design, was there any specific element that you wanted to make sure you included?
I was actually like pretty nervous about showing off my new model, and like a lot of my friends were teasing me about it, but like I felt like I really wanted to express certain parts of my personality that I felt like didn't show through in my 2.0. I don't know how to put it into words. I feel like a lot of VTubers sort of like when they start out, they have this idea of like what a VTuber is, right? Or even, you know, most of the time, like you're not even drawing your own model, so like you just ask someone else, like, hey, can you make my VTuber look like this? And then you have this model and it's sort of up to you to like project your personality onto it. But
Mm.
you know, like drawing your own model is like a pretty intense experience. Like you're you're really like putting all of yourself into it, right? So
I'd imagine that I actually usually avoid asking my guests about their model, and that it's something I sort of worry as a talk show host is almost too low-hanging fruit, something that most folks are probably asked anytime they're brought on a show like this. But for you in particular, since not only did you do your own model, but the fact that it is so new, I feel like, okay, this is one of the few times that I'm gonna let myself ask these questions, because if nothing else, I'm probably the first to ask them, at least in this format.
yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting topic as well. Like over the course of me streaming, like I feel like I've changed so much as a person, and I've also been able to like learn who I really am, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with my 3.0, I really wanted to put more of myself into it. So I feel like the main thing I focused on was like she's kind of like a little lower energy than my old one. You know, she's a little more deadpan. I kind of wanted to. There's kind of an inside joke in my community where I got sort of labeled with like the older sister stereotype, even though I felt like in like every other facet of my life, I definitely slotted into younger sister, because you know I'm a younger sister in real life. So I kind of wanted that energy to come through more in the model. I don't know, just little stuff like that. That I don't know if like anyone who doesn't watch me probably doesn't think my model is like that much of a departure from 2.0, but to me it's completely different. So I'm very happy with it.
That's good. And obviously, you know, that's what matters, that you're the one that is using the model day in and day out, and that you've always been a more laid back person, just in terms of how you carry yourself, the way that you operate your streams, and that you laid back not in the sense of low energy, of not being engaged, but that the way that you go with the flow, it's clear that you're having a very good time, but that you aren't necessarily the stereotypical Genki VTuber, shall we say.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I would agree.
And that the more that I've been looking at the new model, it's been really interesting to just sort of notice the little things of just even the eyes, that you use the phrase deadpan, of just a lot of people will put these very sparkling, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively, details in the eyes, whereas you went with the pretty simple, just not plain dots on a face, obviously, that you have the proper eye structure and everything, but that you allow that to be one of the more simplistic elements, in that you have the complexity in some of the more showy personality bits on the other parts of the model. But in and of itself, that the fact that you made that creative decision to have the eyes be a bit more flat from a color perspective, it makes it something that's actually more unique, perhaps ironically.
It feels like kind of weird, like talking about my own art in that way, but like I'm glad that you noticed that detail, because I don't know, like turning your own art into a model while also like keeping in mind like what people are looking for, like in a VTuber design, like sort of mixing like those two things was like a very interesting challenge with making my models.
Were there any elements that you kept going back to, of just, okay, it's close, but it's not quite where I want it to be, and that you either spent time polishing it, or even if you didn't end up changing it in the end, that you that it took a bit longer for you to lock in on, in terms of for it being what you wanted it to be?
I'm a very like I'm someone that really goes with the flow, right? Like my friend is working on their 3.0 also. They're also updating their model, and they've been like it's been very interesting watching them work on it, because they've been like very neurotic about it, and they like want everything to be perfect, and they've been like redrawing like every body part over and over, and like asking like a million questions about like the lighting and the rendering, and it kind of like made me doubt myself, because like I'm a very, in all aspects of my life, like especially creative, like I just draw something, like I come up with a design, or I do one take or I do one sketch, and then I'm like, yeah, that's good enough, I'll go with this.
Well, that just means that you know yourself, that you know what you want, and that you get it, and it's like, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. We got there.
Oh, I'm easy to please.
That for me, you were talking about having your old model for a while, and that for me, I had no model for a while. That I had no model for 3 years. I was the disembodied voice. I was the host, the voice of the host. That was it. That this little guy came about because from my second anniversary charity marathon, the last goal we reached was for me to make a mascot. And I was like, well, I'm not going to make a mascot for a talk show, a lion, or I don't know what it would be. And microphone was the concept. And when I saw it, I was like, well, wait a minute. I've never wanted to have a model before. I've never seen any sort of humanoid model that I resonated with or had an idea for a concept. When I saw this, I was like, well, wait a minute. I could be a funny little guy.
Could be a funny, that's always an option.
And that's how we got this, and that it was essentially the first go around, and while it was not quite my design, that worked with CAPTCRABS on this, but that the first draft he sent me was 99% this. I think we changed the color of the tie and slightly the shape of the eyes. Everything else was the same. Just like, wait, that's it? It was so close to already what I wanted that it basically sort of unlocked the part of my brain of, ooh, now I want to be a VTuber.
That's great. That's great. I mean, not to like go on a tangent, but like,
no, please, it's a talk show. Tangents are the point.
That was kind of like my VTuber origin story. Like, ooh. I never planned on being a streamer, right? Like, I watched VTubers for a really long time. I watched Hololive for like a year, and I never had the desire to be like, I want to do that. I want to be doing that. But my friend got into streaming, and she was learning Live 2D and like talking to me about it and like the steps that you have to like go through to make a VTuber model. And I thought that was really interesting. So I was like, okay, I'll teach myself how to make a Live 2D model. Like, why not? Like, I'll add it to my portfolio or whatever. And it was such a Live 2D is a pain in the ass. It's like it certainly seems like it's a horrible program from like the late 2000s, and it runs on JavaScript, and it's constantly having memory leaks and crashing your computer, and it sucks, and I hate it. But like it was such a like intense process making a VTuber model, and like learning how to do that, and like learning how to like cut up a drawing and like make it move. That it's like I had this VTuber model, and I was like, I spent so much time making this.
Well, like, I made this. I might as well use it. It feels like a waste to not use this thing that I put in however many hours on.
Like, so much labor went into it. I was like, I don't really have any interest in streaming, but like, I guess I'll give it a shot, because like now that I have this model, it would be a waste not to use it. And I feel that kind of like that loops back to what I was saying earlier about how for quite some time I didn't really feel like I fit my model, because I like made her on such a whim, right? So this is like the first iteration of me where it's like, me thinking about how I want to present myself.
Yeah, actually approaching the project with the mindset of, okay, I plan to operate this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you were making the first model, in that case, if you weren't approaching it with the mindset of, I want to stream, or I want to make content of any sort, that it really just was, okay, this is going to be a learning experience, a portfolio experience, was there ever a consideration of doing commissions of model art and or rigging?
No, I mean, I didn't think I had the capacity, right? I didn't have very much confidence before I started streaming. I think a lot of people are in that same boat, right? Where there's just like, oh, okay, I'll stream and see what happens. I don't know. I truly was just making a model because I was curious. I wasn't like thinking ahead.
It was just an academic endeavor, I suppose, for lack of a better term. Of just, let's see how this works. I'm that you weren't thinking of it even from a business standpoint, that you'd done art, obviously, before that, but
Yeah.
that going into live 2D and character design of that sort, at the very least, was just, like you said, on a whim. But, oops, here you are 3 years later. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got tricked into becoming a VTuber. How could this happen?
So, if that was never the intention, at what moment did it sort of occur to you, oh, maybe I could do this? Was it something that clicked with you before you did that first stream? Was it 5 streams in that it just sort of like, after you ended the stream, that it hit you, oh, wait, I'm enjoying this? When was the moment of realization that made you say, I want to keep doing this?
Well, it's kind of funny. There's a lot of things. When I did my first debut stream, I was like really humiliated, right? Like that was like I'm not someone that like really talks outside of streaming, right? Like I really keep to myself. So that was like the first time I really, I was like talking and like letting other people hear my thoughts and sort of like learn about myself. And I felt so humiliated like every stream that I made a goal for myself. For me to not quit like immediately and like burn everything to the ground and just like delete all of my accounts. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stream for 1 year, and if I am like not having fun by the end of this yearly period, then I will just stop streaming. But like, like even though I had that feeling of like wanting to quit for a couple of months, I think for a lot of people, like the community of VTubing is like something that I have not seen like anywhere else on the internet for like a very long time. I think like there's just something very special about it. And I kind of compare it to like a, like old school like forums, like back in the early internet days. Like I sort of feel like the whole anonymous aspect of it like makes people a lot more comfortable. Like it's sort of a way for people that are already like closed off for them to like share parts of themselves that you wouldn't usually be able to express in like a different setting, whether it's like gaming or like cosplay or like, just like, I don't know, like anime forums or whatever. Like I feel like there's like so many things that are unique to VTubing that you are able to sort of cross that barrier of expression that makes it so much easier to make friends than I've experienced in like any other community. So
yeah, especially for the time when you started, that late 2020 and 2021, it wasn't the earliest of days that, if you want to go all the way back to what would be quote unquote sort of the dawn of VTubing, that you could point to He's and I in 2016, but I sort of feel like the dawn of proper VTubing when you didn't need a $10,000 technical rig, and that being able to find someone to make and rig a model was not completely impossible, really didn't start until 2019. There's the major catalyst event of HoloLive English debuting, at least in terms of Western spread. And then you mentioned that you've been watching for about a year, and that lines up with 3 years ago, as of time of broadcast, would have been halfway through 2021, which would have been some 9 months or so after the debut of HoloEN. And that there's been evolving commentary on the entire phrase of the VTuber community, and that I think we're rapidly approaching the point where, quote unquote, the VTuber community is just the VTuber space, that it's gotten so big and so many people are getting into VTubing, and that it is growing to the point where it's blurring the line with every other form of content creation, which I think is a good thing. That I think in the long term that there should not be a VTuber specific community. I think that if it grows as it should, and if people adopt this technology in a way that I think will happen, that the VTuber community, quote unquote, as we knew it, 2-3 years ago, will largely merge with the broader content community, and that you will then see smaller niche communities within that develop. But that, rewind the clocks to 2020 and 2021, that the VTubing community was a very, very tangible, real thing. That people would show up to debuts and basically not everyone knew everyone, but most people knew most people. Certainly more so than is practical now.
A lot more insular.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And just, there was a smaller population. It was just able to exist in a way where it could actually be considered a community. And I think you're right, that is what really drew a lot of people. And to some extent, that does include me. Just seeing the way that people interacted with each other and with different VTubers, whether it be, the big name talents at Hololive or other indies, that there's a lot of support, and that obviously, statistically speaking, anytime that you get a large group of people, there's always going to be a couple of assholes. There's always going to be a couple of people who are jerks and make a bad time for people. But that by and large, almost ironically, I think that the VTuber community was more aware and thoughtful of the person behind the model than most other communities were for face cam streamers.
That's interesting. I would agree. Like, the vibe is very different, and I think like a big part of that is just like the most common type of VTuber fan you encounter is like a weird like otaku that like doesn't get out very much, or like got
fair. Nobody was getting out very much in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're all going crazy during that period of time, but like I would agree with that like just the kind of person that like was attracted to VTubing, it was a very different dynamic from someone that like watches like a face cam streamer or a let's player. But like you said, I think that line gets blurred more and more nowadays. But
since you've had these 3 years that you've developed your own community, and that you've found the parts of quote unquote the VTuber community that you vibe with and that you want to be a part of, and that hopefully we'll all be able to still have our various communities. Terminology is whatever, that's semantics. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as people are having fun and being able to do creative and cool things. But for you getting started, and that you said that you felt humiliated, I'll be honest, that is not a term that I hear many people use and then say, I continued and decided I was going to try for a year. Like a month or two, yes, but a year's a long time, Margo. Like, at the same time, that, like, props to you for saying to yourself, I understand it might take that long to get over this hump, and giving yourself that chance, because I feel that very few people would. I think a lot of folks usually, even if they're being thoughtful and understand, okay, the first 2 or 3 streams might not be the best, but that they might say, all right, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, but a year is really giving yourself that time, for better or worse. That I'm glad it was certainly obviously for better, but if you'd been having a bad time, a year feels like a long time. Was there something that made you decide that was going to be the amount of time that you were going to do this as a trial, I suppose?
I mean, I think, like, I don't know, there were a lot of things that went into that decision. Because like I said, like streaming was not something that I thought I would ever do in a million years, right? Like, I always considered
And you gave yourself a year for something you thought you would never do in a million years.
Yeah, but it's like, it's like really hard to put myself in like the like how I felt when I started. But I always considered myself someone who like wasn't good at talking, right? I was like, oh, I stumble over my words. I don't know how to express my thoughts. But there's so many cool people in VTubing. And I'm meeting all these people for the first time in my life that like know about all of these things that I've like never been able to get other people into. I keep meeting all these freaks that are just like me. It's like I don't know. I sort of treated it as like mountain training, as like self-confidence and mountain training. Like, even if nobody watches me or I like don't pop off or whatever, it's like at least this is like a really interesting medium that I can use to like hone my skills and to like, learn how to express myself and maybe socialize a bit. I don't know. There's so many little things in VTubing that like caught my attention that I like wanted to like focus on. That I was like, okay, I'll do a year. I'll do a year, and if I find it too exhausting, if it's eating too much of my time, it's making me miserable, then I don't gotta do it
Then
anymore.
you can certainly say that you tried, and nobody can say at that point that you didn't give it your best effort. And I'm glad that you gave yourself that time because, like I said, look around. Well, here we are 3 years later, and things seem to be going not so bad.
It's crazy. I'm shocked. I don't know. I'm just as shocked as anyone else that it worked out the way that it did.
After starting out with, like you said, humiliation, that if that's what you felt, do you remember the first stream that you ended and said to yourself, that was really good? And even if you didn't say it in those words, that the first stream that you ended that you felt really, really satisfied or proud of how things went.
Oh man. I definitely had a couple of like turning point streams. I don't know. I think I started at like the perfect time. There are definitely a couple of streams where I remember like feeling really down on myself, right? Where I would like end stream and I was like, oh man, that sucked. But like I swear to God, like my second stream was like really exciting for me because I remember it was the first time that I had like people like talking in my chat, right? like I had a couple of streams where I was just sort of playing games like by myself in silence, but I remember like I had like a Link to the Past stream and 3 of like my closest friends that I still have in streaming like showed up and like they could tell that I was a new streamer and that I was nervous, and so they were like they're throwing me a bunch of softballs and like making jokes and asking me questions, and it was kind of like a trial run of like a stream, right? I was like, oh like this is why it's fun, because I'm like I'm doing improv and like trying to like keep a conversation going and like having like people like respond to me while I do something unrelated. Like I don't know, it was such a special
challenge
feeling.
I sort of cheated by designing this entire channel to be a talk show, so I always have someone to bounce off of. The only times that I've ever done gaming streams are a couple of the Cherry Marathon reward streams, and it's tough. And it's even tougher if it's a game where there's a lot of concentration required. That for this year's charity reward, I had to play Getting Over It, and I was having to remind myself to talk because despite the fact that usually I'm quite good at talking, if I do say so myself, that I was having to concentrate so much on that game because it's so touchy and so exact in how you have to do things that I realized, oh, I've gone like a minute and a half without anything, and that's obviously very bad. That I do understand radio silence is not what you want on a stream. So it's one thing if you're doing a turn-based strategy game and you can sort of not worry about the timing of things and having to pay that type of active attention to the game. But now I look at people who play, whether it be Souls-like games or something like Getting Over It, and say, how are they able to do that?
It's weird. I don't know. Everything about, because I didn't like grow up with like watching streamers. Like I watched a lot of Let's Players growing up, but like when I got into streaming, like there are like a lot of really foreign things that I had to learn that like I just like was not privy to. It's a really interesting format that's like kind of alien in a lot of ways, but that in of itself is fun and interesting to learn how to do.
Were there any games that you played that felt particularly natural early on? Do you remember what the first game you played on stream was?
Like the first. Like, can you like rephrase that?
Your option of, do you remember the first game you ever played on stream or the first game where things felt really comfortable?
Oh, my first stream was a disaster. I did the classic VTuber debut, and then I tried streaming Splatoon because I used to be a competitive Splatoon player, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna like show off like how good I am at this game. But my capture card broke.
Oh
So
no!
I had like bad flashy footage, and I was like,
Congratulations, you're officially a
gosh,
VTuber.
I'm
You've
sorry,
hit technical
guys.
difficulties.
But I'm trying to think. I think the first game that I was really feeling myself, and that my personality really shone through was Boktai for the Game Boy Advance.
I don't know
are you
that
familiar
one.
with that game? Okay, Boktai is crazy. Boktai is a Game Boy Advance game that's produced by Hideo Kojima, the Metal Gear guy. And
I didn't know that he
it's
did a
like,
GBA game.
yeah, it's crazy. And okay, it gets even crazier. The gimmick of Boktai is that there's a solar panel on the cartridge. So to solve puzzles and to charge your gun, Kojima wanted you to stand outside in the sun. And
Kojima literally said, "Go touch grass."
he literally said, "Go
Holy
touch grass."
cow! I'm
It's
looking
like the
this up right
craziest
now.
concept. It's crazy, and like no one knows about it.
How did I?
You know,
Yeah, I'm baffled at the fact that I didn't know this one, especially knowing it's a Hideo Kojima game that I
yeah.
feel
And
like.
guess what? There's 3 of them. There's 3 Boktai games, and 2 of them got translated. The 3rd one didn't, but it's like,
How are these not better known?
I don't know.
That's
But,
really interesting.
yeah.
I wonder if they just had a very limited print run in the West. That I see that, like you mentioned, they did release in North America and Europe and outside of Japan, but sometimes there's games that, yes, while they did get released, that it was a very limited print run and that, different places would only get them if they specifically ordered them, or they would only get a couple of copies each. So they sort of faded or didn't get found until after the fact. But just the fact that it's Kojima, I feel like I'm surprised it's not something that more people recognize as part of his body of work, but also the fact that there's something as novel as a light sensor in the game on the Game Boy Advance.
It's so
That's
it's
wild.
so Kojima. It's so
That-
Kojima.
oh, that is
And
so him.
There's all this stuff like you get like perishable items, and if you leave it in the sun for too long, they go bad. And if you like if you like stand outside in the sun for too long, the game starts yelling at you and like overheats your gun, and you have to wait like 15 minutes for it to cool down. It's like it has all this crazy stuff in it.
Now I'm wondering, okay, how many kids either got sunburnt or dehydrated because they were outside for too long playing this game?
Yeah, it's interesting. But that aside, all of that craziness aside, it was just sort of like it's like a stealth puzzle game, and it kind of has like remnants of Death Stranding, because like the whole gimmick is that you like fight a boss and then you have to backtrack through the dungeon with like the boss's coffin. And it's crazy. It's like the most crazy game ever made, and I want everyone to play it. But because it was like a story focused game, I don't know, I felt like a lot of my personality came out while playing it, right? Like I feel like a lot of my personality on stream is like getting really excited about like storytelling and characters and like scenarios, and there are lots of moments in that game particularly where like I don't know, I was able to show a side to my audience that I hadn't had a chance to in the past, because I was playing mostly mechanic focused games. I don't know, it was just like really special. I felt like I was able to like shine. And I remember like meeting a lot of my friends like streaming that game, like a lot of really close like just like streamers that I still talk with all the time. Like I met them during those streams,
That's so
just
cool.
stuff like that,
Now, mechanically, if the game's cartridge had a light sensor and that was part of the gameplay, how does this work on emulation? Is there just something in the code that says it recharges at some set rate or something? Obviously, you're not going to be taking your laptop or your full PC rig outside, so how does that work?
There's a patch you can download, and you can like manually trick the Game Boy into like thinking that you're standing outside. So it kind of takes away a lot of like the waiting game element of it, but I don't know. It makes it playable, you know.
That's, I'm now just sort of thinking, okay, I guess when it's being emulated that they have to go in and actually change something, obviously, to make that work. So that ends up being a challenge, but it's so cool that they were able to make it so you can play this game, because this would be something otherwise that would actually end up being potential proper lost media of, okay, we can't play this
Yeah.
game. We actually, even if we know this game existed, we cannot play it unless there's some sort of modification.
hmm I mean, there are a couple of games like that. Like, are you familiar with Seaman for the Dreamcast?
I am not.
Okay, there's a game on the Dreamcast called Seaman, and the whole gimmick is that there's a fish with a human face.
Oh, I'm looking this up. That's gonna be in my nightmares tonight.
No, he's nice. He's a really nice guy. He's a really nice and sweet guy, and you have to use the Dreamcast microphone to hold conversations with him, and he asks you questions about yourself, and he kind of holds like therapy sessions with you, but like it's one of those games that's like really hard to emulate because like for whatever reason like the way like a microphone is like translated through your computer into a Dreamcast emulator, it like has a really hard time understanding you. So like the most efficient way to play that game is on real hardware.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, problems crop up with the PS2 version of Seaman because there's like it's like impossible to subtitle, right? It's impossible to like subtitle or translate all of the stuff in Seaman 2. So it's just like one of those games that's like unplayable unless you know Japanese, which is like really tragic. I think about games like that all the time.
I'm looking it up, and apparently Leonard Nimoy was the narrator?
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It's like, oh gosh, what is it? What was that movie, Guillermo del Toro, Shape of Water or something? It's
yeah.
Shape of Water meets Hey You Pikachu.
That's a good way of describing it. It's a really beautiful game. Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like a lot of people like make jokes about Seaman because it's so like freaky looking, but it's like genuinely like a gorgeous game. I love it a lot.
It's sort of interesting that we have not had as many games that actively involve a microphone, despite having better microphones and vocal recognition technology than ever. That there's a couple, but think of making something like this or Hey You Pikachu nowadays, that it would actually work better, because back in the day it was such a struggle of being able to actually get the things to do what you want.
Yeah.
I actually remember I saw somebody a while back do this jerry-rigged setup of getting Hey You Pikachu on original hardware, but then taking the microphone and routing it through a proper mixer and getting it into a high-quality studio recording microphone, and that they were able to very easily play through the game. And obviously it was using impractical hardware setups, but it showed that the programming in the game was good. It was just the microphone that was crap. So there's all these games that even back then would have worked if the microphones were good. We now have better microphones and better computing and vocal recognition. Why are we not using this technology more?
I know. I'm right there with you. Like there's so many games that like went really hard on that. When I think of like a vocal recognition, I also think of, are you familiar with Lifeline for the PlayStation 2?
That one rings a bell.
Yeah, it's a lot more, I think it's like more commonly played by streamers than Seaman, because like vocal recognition on PS2 through emulation works a little bit better. But that's another game that's like, it's like really clowned on by people because it's so easy to get into comedic situations with that game where like the character doesn't know what you're saying and you're like trying to do like a single action like 20 minutes.
Walk forward. Walk forward, and just repeating the same thing over and over, changing your inflection ever so slightly, hoping that will actually get whatever code is looking for to do the thing that you want.
But like when you look past that, it's like it's like a really beautiful game. It's like a really like thoughtful game that like people worked really hard on, and there's like a narrative and
That's
like
the
an
thing.
emotional impasse to it. But like
That
everyone focuses on the funny vocal controls, you know?
For sure, and especially back in the day, if a team was going to actually bother trying to make a game with this technology, it almost always meant that they were doing it with very specific, thoughtful intent because they wanted to create some sort of experience that even something as mechanically and narratively simple as Hey You Pikachu, that the underlying idea of, okay, we want the player to be able to actually feel like they're talking to Pikachu and be able to interact with a Pokemon in a way that had never been seen before and really hasn't been seen since. And
Like
that you
the
have
last game to do it is like Nintendo's.
Yeah, and here you have Lifeline, these other games where it's obvious that they come from very creative places, and that I have to imagine it did not make the development cycle any easier to do all this, that they're not going to do it necessarily just to make the money, that they're doing this with creative intent. And my guess is we probably hit something in the industry where obviously these games, for various reasons, ran into brick walls, whether it be the technology not working as good as people would hope. There obviously would have been higher costs because you have to not only develop and produce and distribute these peripherals, but also the packaging costs, that there's all these things just logistically and business-wise make it so these games are going to be inherently more expensive, so companies are not going to be as likely to actually greenlight them. Then you have on top of it the fact that they usually, at that point in time, don't reliably work. So we would naturally see companies saying, all right, we're just not going to deal with that. And that I wonder if the industry is sort of stuck in that mindset from the early 2000s of saying, okay, we can't do this. And that there's so few who have reevaluated in the past 20 years to say, well, actually, maybe we can do this now.
Yeah, well, I mean, the landscape of gaming is just like changed completely, right?
Yeah, 'cause now you wouldn't even need to bother developing a peripheral, that you can just, game developers are at the point where they can realistically assume that the player will have access to some sort of microphone.
I mean, yeah, even like the PS4 and the PS5 controllers like have microphones built in.
Yeah.
they're really bad and horrible, but you know, they're still there.
Is there a type of game that you would like to see developed with that type of technology, whether it be a sequel to Lifeline or Seaman or anything like that, or just a franchise that you really enjoy doing something with microphones, or just a completely new creative experience?
Man, it's like I would have to think about that, because like Seaman and Lifeline just like stick so much out of my brain as like freaks of nature of like game design, right? Like I feel like if we were to remake Lifeline in like the modern age, because you know Lifeline's like pretty primitive. It's like it gives you like a list of commands that you can give the character. You know, it's like go to this door, open this locker. I feel like, okay, this is gonna sound insane. This is gonna sound crazy. Do you remember Project Milo from like an E3 presentation?
Oh my gosh.
I forget what year it was, but they had a whole setup where they had like a
wasn't
child
that
and a
really
television.
early on part of the Kinect?
Yeah, I think it was like that era, and they had this whole setup with like a child and a TV, and like they had like a guy talking to him.
I just found it. Project Milo unveiled at E3 2009 in a demonstration for the Kinect as a controller-free entertainment initiative for the Xbox 360. Tech demo showcasing the capabilities of the Kinect, and was not released, despite conflicting reports that the project was an actual game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it got revealed later on that the whole like smoke and mirrors was that it was just like a pre-recorded video, and like the actor that they hired, was just playing along.
When you're doing a E3 presser, you can't risk things going wrong. That I remember Nintendo very bravely tried to have a live tech demo for, I think it was Skyward Sword, and they were having an issue operating the little Scarab probe remote, and that it basically delayed the presentation a good 5 minutes while they were trying to get it to work, and that's rather awkward. It doesn't look good. So I can certainly sympathize with them being able, or with them wanting to have a pre-recorded thing, but obviously after the fact it does not look good.
Yeah, but you know, it's like I would be really interested in playing Project Milo if it was like real. I think like
But
I
also,
don't really
this
trust
is
like modern
conceptually,
game
this
devs
is
when it comes to writing,
ChatGPT in 2009.
True. Oh man, I didn't even think about it that way. I forgot that like that's what like the kids are obsessed now. They're obsessed with talking with like their favorite fictional characters, like using like AI and stuff. But you know, I think I wanna play like Seaman 3. I want someone to like go all out and make like an emotional narrative experience that's like controlled using like vocal recognition. You know, like I don't think AI is like competent enough yet to not make something that would be like goofy as heck. So I would prefer a more like streamlined narrative experience. But like
Yeah.
I'm a really big fan of like those goofy like FMV like choose your own adventure type games, right? I think like a blend of like that old like point and click adventure style storytelling and like vocal recognition. I think that would be like amazing. I think
Or
that
just
would be Kino.
a voice operated visual novel where
Yeah.
essentially what the software would probably do is listen to the response and put it into one of 3 buckets. And, you know, that's sort of the magic number for the responses that you're going to have on a visual novel, I feel like. And that it judges whatever you said and says, okay, this is closest to a positive response, a happy response, or an angry response, and that it paths you that way. So you're still on rails to an extent, but that you as a player are able to react in a way, and that just like a conversation in real life, that when you say something, you do not necessarily know by what standard the other party is evaluating your statements, and that the reactions then happen. So you could end up doing a relatively practical visual novel like that, and the issue then becomes, okay, what happens if it's misjudged? But then again, does that not actually mirror real life communication where someone misinterprets your tone, or they take a certain statement or a phrase as something that is aggressive when you did not mean for it to be aggressive, and that's just going to end up mirroring something that might actually be more realistic.
Do you know what I was obsessed with it when I was younger? Are you familiar with Facade?
Again, one that I know of, rings a bell, have not played.
It's like a really interesting like indie game where the premise of the game is that a couple invites you over to their apartment, and they're like and they're like in the middle of like having relationship troubles. So
I just found it.
The gameplay is you typing words like, and the characters like interpret like whatever you type and like have like a sort of a set of like canned responses to whatever you type, and it can create and it's like a really like lovingly crafted game. Like I remember like back in the day like playing it for like hours and hours, because like even though there's like a correct way to play it, there's like a correct way to beat it, because you know there's like there can only be so much dialogue. It's like there's just so much you can do with it, and like so many things you can say to them, and like all these little Easter eggs you can find, and like little things you can ask them about like around the apartment. Like
this is from 2006.
Really yeah.
So even before Project Milo.
Exactly. Like we clearly have the capacity to make like a truly like immersive gaming experience, but like we're cowards. We keep making GTA games. You know, we're not looking into the future.
Gosh, now I'm just thinking like I want to see more like this. that I've seen, I think, all of one vocal recognition sort of, pseudo AI generated game. It was a vampire game. What was it called? Game. I think it was
Masquerade?
no. Basically, you play a vampire and you're trying to get invited into people's houses because vampires need to be invited inside. So you go up to people's houses and strike up these conversations and have to be able to be let in so you can suck their blood. And Suck Up. It's called Suck Up.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
I've never heard of that. Wow. Oh, so it's like really recent?
Yeah, this is from the past year or so.
Oh, that's interesting.
That all the neighbors, all the characters have personalities, have interests in things, and essentially you're supposed to follow the interests and figure out a way to convince them. And I only saw people play it for about a week and a half or so, but it's one of the more interesting and silly implementations of AI in games of, okay, here, without having to dive into all of the minutiae and complexities and ethical issues that currently surround AI right now, that this one was very interesting to see.
Yeah, because I feel like with something like AI, right, like it's very half-baked, right?
Yeah.
So I think something like this game like takes advantage of that and sort of acknowledges how ridiculous and goofy the responses can get. I could see that being fun. I could see that being interesting.
But sort of jumping back to the overall underlying technology of vocal input, even being able to just, I don't know, play Pokemon and say, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Just being able to do that, of actually calling out the Pokemon attacks, not having to go, all right, fight, Thunderbolt, and clicking the buttons. That naturally, I would still put that UI in there so you have the options, but that'd be a fun little semi-immersive type of thing. And I hope that we get companies that are going to start trying that, at least as alternate inputs, even if it's not necessarily integral to the game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It will also drive parents up the wall with all of their
like I said, that's why you have it as an
screaming into
alternate
their
input.
Switch
That it's
twos.
because you're right. Newer DCD mentions, yep, Ace Attorney. Obviously,
Yeah.
the input there was a little bit limited, but yeah, same concept.
Yeah. DS had a lot of that. You know what's interesting? Did you know that the Famicom, it was the NES here, but the Famicom in Japan, the Famicom controller specifically had a microphone built into it.
Really?
Yeah, and they were like, and actually even weirder, it was only the second player controller had a microphone built into it. And there were like 3 games that used it. Like one was like a strategy game. The second one was Zelda. Yeah, Zelda 1. There's an enemy where you have to scream into the microphone and it like stuns them and you can kill them. And then like the third craziest use of the microphone was Takeshi's Challenge, where you had to go to a karaoke bar and sing a song into the controller to advance forward. And it was about as demanding as you would expect it to be.
Oh, yep, there it is.
We've been trying for a long time, you know? I find it crazy.
That's cool. And I hope we end up getting more like that, because there's a lot of really interesting things in that. I think once the technology actually gets to the point where more developers are actually actively thinking of it, that there's so many creative people that anytime we get a technological advancement, that you see these people making games that are just so far out there that people have never even thought of or even realized, oh, we want this game, or this is a very logical implementation, and that hopefully we can get people really starting to think about that again.
Yeah.
Now, I do know you're actually mentioned visual novels earlier, and I know you're a big fan of visual novels. So even without the vocal input of visual novels, do you remember what the first visual novel you ever played was?
Oh, that's a good question. Uh,
Because it's not a very prolific genre here in the West that I feel like you need to get introduced to it somehow, or it finds you in some way.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, visual novels are really interesting, right? And I think a lot of people. How do I word this? It's like what, like, how do you even like define a visual novel, right? Like a lot of people would consider stuff like Ace Attorney or like even like a Final Fantasy, you know, like it's kind of the same idea, right? Where the main bulk of the game is like story being told through text with like visual supplementation. But when I think of visual novels, I definitely think of it as like a really big part of otaku culture, right? Because even back in the day, like there was such a barrier of entry to get into visual novels because that's a lot of text you gotta translate. That's an insane amount of text that you gotta like get a whole group of people together and like devote your life
I
to
never
like
even
sitting
thought of it
down
from that
and
perspective.
translating something like Umineko, right? So I feel like back then it was like you read Umineko, you read Higurashi, and then you read like Ever 17, and then there were like 5 or like 20 like erotic visual novels that like you would read for the plot, right? Like that's just kind of how it was back then. So I do think the first visual novel I read was like a dating sim called Yume Miru Kusuri, and I remember like I don't even know if it was good, if I'm being honest with you. Like I remember really enjoying it when I was younger, but like I I don't know if I went back and like read it and like read every route again, like I don't know if it would like have any sort of emotional like resonation with me, but just the format was so fascinating to me when I was younger. Like just the format of like a I don't know, because like I feel like choose your own adventure has like always been something that like existed, you know, in like Western
Yeah,
spheres,
that
but like
I was about to make that exact comparison. That
mhm.
when I'm trying to explain visual novels to people who aren't familiar with them, or like just my parents, for example, that the choose your own adventure books is exactly what I go to because, yeah, that was the type of thing that you go to your school book fair and that they've almost certainly got at least one choose your own adventure book. And that's something that, while it's not necessarily common, that the concept is one that is recognized in the West, yet for some reason, visual novels really never took off. And that even now, we're finally starting to get there, but that the more traditional, stereotypical light novel format, as it was sort of initially concepted, is something that is still, for lack of a better term, region locked, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Yeah, so yeah, Gona mentioned it in chat. Fate Stay Night was like the other like really big visual novel. Like if you
Yeah.
read that, you were a visual novel head. And then, but and, you know, of course, there's always the whole like so many visual novels are porn games, right? But like people don't read it for that like 90% of the time. Like it's a really interesting phenomenon where it's like even if it's like marketed that way, like 99% of the time, like if you pick up a visual novel, like, it's gonna be pretty compelling, you know. It's gonna have like some really in-depth like character exploration.
It also,
And
I feel like, wound up being the sandbox for a lot of game developers because from a mechanical standpoint, a visual novel is one of the easier types of games to develop. That
yeah,
as long as you have the structure, whether or not you're using a pre-existing platform, I know there's like Ren'Py, I'm blanking on some of the other open source visual novel engines, but that even if you're just programming it yourself from scratch, that the idea of, okay, there is text, this sprite appears, this text appears, 3 text boxes appear, choose one, that it ends up being mechanically more simple to develop than something like a battle system, especially if it's going to be something real time. So you see a lot of really early developers and writers just cutting their teeth in visual novels.
Ryukishi07, the guy who made Higurashi, like he wrote chapter 1 of Higurashi when he was 30, and he burned that shit onto a disc, and he went to Comic-Con and he just handed it out, and there was like a note on the back of it that was like, here's my email, if you enjoyed it, like please like give me your feedback, like I'll send you the next chapter like in the mail if you enjoyed it. Like he was like out there making
From
it
humble
happen,
beginnings.
you know. And I find that sort of thing so inspiring. And I don't know, it's really, there's been sort of a phenomenon in the West, I think, of visual novels becoming really popular again. Because like I said, like visual novels are mostly like associated with like you got to be a real otaku to like go out of your way to read like you know 8 million words of Umineko or whatever, right? But I've noticed this phenomenon of a lot of webcomic artists sort of like pivoting from making comics to full-time to translating their stories into visual novel format, because it's just sort of like an objectively easier way to tell your story. And I don't know, like more and more like English like visual novels have been like popping up like on Steam and itch.io, and I don't know, the next wave of storytelling, I think, is visual novels, which is quite exciting.
Are there any visual novel series that haven't been localized that you would want to see localized, or series that don't do visual novels that you would like to see attempt a visual novel?
Nothing like okay, well, this one doesn't really count, right? But there's a lot of debate between the difference between a dating sim and a visual novel, right? But one of like the holy grail of visual novels for a lot of people is Tokimeki Memorial 2 on the PlayStation, because it's like it's just this lovingly crafted game that has like 1 million lines of dialogue, and they're all voiced, and there's like 1 million girls, and there's like all these different forms of gameplay in it, and like all these mini games and all this crazy stuff that can happen into it, and it like sort of sculpted like the landscape of like, you know, visual novels and dating sims just like for like eons to come, right? It's just this insanely inspirational piece of art in like video gaming history, and it's never been translated because it's just an incredible amount of work. It's like a lot of people's like white whale, because there's so many lines of dialogue, and the process of like hacking a PlayStation 1 game and like replacing all of the text and like, you know, like
you're never going to get a fan
Yeah.
translation of it. You're not going to get an unofficial version of it, most likely, just because of the scope.
Yeah, and well, someone's actually like someone's going for it. Someone's working on it right now, but it's like it's been this like decade-long project, because
I'm
just
not surprised that somebody has
insane,
attempted
you know?
it, but yeah, that's the question of how long does it take?
But that's the only thing that I think of, because like the interesting thing, this is the thing that haunts me at night. Like, I'm clearly someone that is like really interested in like obscure games and like anime and, you know, stuff like that. But like there is so much stuff that like I won't even know exists. There's so much like stuff in like the indie Japanese sphere that like I will just like simply never even know like the name of, because there's just like no way for me to access like that side of Japanese internet. So like you know, like I don't even know. Maybe there's like a visual novel out there that is exactly the visual novel that I want to read and has everything that I like in it, but I'll never know about it because it's like too obscure, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, and that's such a incredible thing that we have nowadays. It's an embarrassment of riches scenario that it used to be back in the day. If you wanted to watch anime, that you were scrounging around your local Blockbuster hoping to find a VHS or DVD with 4 episodes on it from a series and hoping that the one copy they had was in stock, or watching whatever you could find on Toonami. And that for games, that it was whatever the local shop had, and especially if you wanted something more niche, something like a visual novel, that you needed to hope that it got localized because you didn't have things like Steam, where you were able to actually have a lot of indie developers do that type of thing, or just digital releases, because for a lot of companies, it wasn't going to be practical for them to create and ship and just all the logistics involved for a game that was only going to sell maybe a couple thousand copies. But now that we have digital releases, now that we have such a low barrier to entry for independent developers, and you also just have obviously the natural growth of anime, gaming, and everything else as an industry and as something that is known in society, that there are so many cool shows and games and other things that it used to be, all right, you consumed every piece that you got, and then we're waiting 6 months for the next bit that you could get, just the next morsel. And now we have so much, we cannot possibly keep up with it all. Everybody has their list of things that they need to watch or see or play, and that for every one thing that you cross off that list, 3 to 5 new things are added to the list.
Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, you know, this is like the most ideal timeline to live in, I think, especially when it comes to, you know, translated works. Like, I don't know, I feel like the amount of like translated games that I've just like never heard of before in my life, like suddenly getting released, like for everyone to experience, like I don't know, that's crazy. Another one of my like for a really long time I was really into I mean, I'm still into it. There's a dungeon crawling series called Maro Monogatari that I'm just like super in love with. And the games, like, because it wasn't very popular in the West, like I had no way of playing the games, right? Because they were all on the PC-98 and none of them were translated. And so my only like way of accessing that world was like watching playthroughs on YouTube and like translating stuff on like with like a pen and paper and like G-Show, you know, and like that was like how I experienced those games.
You watched playthroughs and translated by hand yourself? Holy cow!
That's how obsessed I was with it. Like,
I feel like
badly I wanted to know what was going on.
Very impressive, but also at the same time, did you save these things? Because then, congratulations, you've translated the game, that you've done the thing that so many other people are trying to do.
Those translations weren't usable because like my Japanese like isn't that good, right?
Okay, fair.
But it kind of goes back to my point. Like in the last year, like out of the blue, like 3 of like the main 3 games from that series like got translated. Like someone sat down and like patched and translated the PC-98 versions of those games, and now I feel like, I don't know, like 3 years ago, like the Margo of me would be like freaking out because now you can just download those games and like play them in English. Like they're accessible to everyone, and I think that's like amazing that there's like this sudden burst of generosity in the fan hack community, you know. Boku no Natsuyasumi 2 got recently translated by Hilltop Works. Snowy Area did the Maro Monogatari translations. It's just like, I don't know, it's really inspiring stuff.
That's so cool. Are those games that you've actually played on stream, or are those ones that you'd rather just enjoy for yourself?
I really want to stream Maro Monogatari at some point, but the Boku no Natsuyasumi games are very like, they're very like slow, laid back, like emotional experiences. So I would rather play those games off stream, but
that's fair.
I do implore anyone and everyone to check those games out.
Now I'm looking it up right now on Wikipedia, and that the first one was released in 89. No, that's episode 2 that was in 89. Wait a minute.
It has a really strange release
Yeah,
cycle.
the page is just the main article for Monogatari, and it says first released Monogatari episode 2 Carbuncle in 1989. So, wait, what happened to episode? We have Monogatari 1, 2, 3, then ARS, then Hanamaru Daiochienji, and then the 4th iteration is just Monogatari.
Well,
How?
Monogatari 1 got like 4 releases, I think. The original one was on the MSX, and then it got a PC 98 release, and then it got a Mega Drive release, I think, and then it got I forget. I don't know. I forget the name of all the Sega consoles because I'm like a
Doki Doki Vacation on the Game Gear.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's a Game Gear one. Oh wait, I'm getting it mixed up. Mega Drive, they released it on Mega Drive, and then they released it on PC Engine. There's just like a million versions of the first Monogatari game for some reason. But then
it had a spin-off that would go on to be, I would argue, more prolific than the original. I did not know that was the source of Puyo Puyo.
Yeah, Puyo Puyo. And we only got Puyo Puyo in the West, but we didn't get any of the model dungeon crawler games, unfortunately. But, you know, it was a different time. They didn't think the Americans cared about anime back then. I don't blame them.
Statistically speaking, that was technically accurate at the time.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's the type of game that I look at and say, all right, maybe it's one that we could end up getting. Because like you said, we're really in this, I don't know if renaissance is the right term for it, but we're revisiting all of these classic games that didn't actually get localized because there just wasn't the audience for it at the time. But now there is, and that for these companies, if they still have the source material, which to be fair, not all of them might actually have, because game preservation back in that day was not very good, that you would have these companies just wiping their entire hard drives. It was like, well, we shipped the game, so it's done, it's out there, it's in the world, and well, we can delete all this now. We need the hard drive space for our next game.
It's crazy. That happened with Silent Hill 2. Like, we are missing so many of the original Silent Hill 2, like, sound and music files because Konami was just like, well, we don't need this anymore.
Yeah, why would we ever...
Into the ocean.
You know, back in the day, the idea of a port or a re-release was not a thing, and I guess, yeah, it's really wild to think that you have these just very valuable things that were, at that time, not considered valuable at all.
It's crazy, you know?
I know you're also actually working on your own visual novel, though. When did you first decide that you wanted to make your own visual novel?
It was about a year ago, and it kind of connects back to the phenomena where I was talking about, where I was suddenly seeing this like really big uptick in Western visual novels, and Itch.io a lot of the time holds these like game jam events, right? Where the idea is kind of just like, okay, like make a visual novel in like a month or like 24 hours even sometimes, like just make a playable game in like a really short amount of time, just make it playable, and then like submit it for like sometimes it's a contest, sometimes it's just like a collection of games, but very specifically there was a visual novel contest, and there were just all these really interesting, like inspired, like 10 to 30 minute long visual novels that you could download for free. And my friend submitted one, and that's what got my attention in the first place. And I was just so like, I don't know, I was just so inspired. Like, I hadn't realized that you were able to like make something so emotionally impactful with so little, right? Like, I don't know, like, cause I'd always been into like indie gaming and sort of like one-man projects, but like play something that was like only 10 minutes long and for it to like stick with me for that long. It's like, wow, okay, like that's crazy. I want to do that. I want to make a visual novel. I want to make a story. So I wrote down a concept and started working on it. But because I'm me, because I'm Margo, I got a little too excited about my story idea and ended up making it like way larger than I intended it to be. But I don't know, it was a story that I've been like carrying around with myself for so long, and working on it in that format made me realize like maybe this is like how I'm going to share this story with people, like in a visual novel. So that's been where I've been channeling a lot of my focus on as of late.
And I hope that now that your model debut and everything is done, that maybe you'll end up having a little bit more time for that. Maybe not, but maybe.
Yeah, for sure. I put it on hold to do all my 3.0 stuff, but I'm definitely excited to focus on it again.
Have you said what the general plot is, or are you keeping that one close to the chest for the time being?
It's really hard for me to talk about my personal work just because it's like embarrassing. It's a sci-fi story, I guess. It's like I never like wrote down a pitch in my brain. It's like a sci-fi horror existentialism I don't know. I guess those are the keywords I would use to describe it. Those are my buzzwords.
Oh, very Margo coded.
I don't know how to like describe the plot. I don't know how I would describe the plot or any of the characters or like the progression. I don't know. I had an idea and I was like, I want to talk about my feelings through my art, and I think this is an efficient way to do it. So
If you had to estimate,
I'm a show not tell person. All right, it's good. I promise.
If you had to estimate how much of it has been put to code or written out, just estimate percentage-wise.
Well, I have the whole thing written out. I like locked myself in my room and I just like sat down and wrote all of it. And it ended up being some ridiculous amount of words that I can't remember the number of at this exact moment. But it ended up being way bigger than I wanted it to be. I started putting everything into Ren'Py like a couple of months ago, and I sketched out. I did like storyboards for everything, so like I have like the amount of like sprites and CGs that I need to draw like panned out. But I feel like I've hit the point of production where it's like it's more about like showing up and just like doing the work, you know. Like all of the fun stuff is done. all of the like coming up with ideas and like thinking about how I want it to be is like pretty much hashed out. Now I just need to like actually draw it and put it in the program, which I don't know. I think I can do that. I think I'm capable.
While visual novels are perhaps more simplistic from a coding standpoint, there's still so many different just parts that have to go into it, because it isn't just the words, like you said, that it's the art, but it's also the music and making sure that you have all the pathing right and figuring out how you want to actually have the different branches go. Do you know how many, I guess, trying to decide the best way to phrase it, how many endings are there in this game?
It's gonna be pretty linear. There's only 2 endings. I didn't want it to be too crazy. I wanted, because I was inspired by game jams, right? I wanted to make something that I knew that I could make by myself. So even though it ended up, I feel like I was kind of, I was smart, right? Like, cause I've made stuff before. Like I've made like comics and like webcomics, and I've like written like fan fiction and stuff before, right? So like I had experience in having an idea and then sitting down and writing out that idea and having it be way bigger than you
Yeah.
realized you thought it was going to be. So like I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like start as small as possible. Like I'm going to write down a premise that for like a 15-minute game. And then when I like sat down and fleshed out everything out, I was like, okay, this is like way longer than I thought it would be, but because I started out so small, it's like doable. It's like a tangible project in my mind. So
Now, it's good that you have just a sense of scope and practicalities, because yes, usually for projects like these that you enter into it thinking, oh, it's going to be this limited amount, and then you realize, oh, it's much larger. So going in with the mindset, okay, let's plan for it to be small. That way, even if it ends up bigger than it should be, that it's not this crazy, unobtainable, unsustainable thing. And that, like you said, that you have this experience doing other creative endeavors, so you know yourself and you know your own limits, and that I think you're taking a very healthy and smart approach to this, because I have seen many other projects, professional, personal, and otherwise, from folks who do not necessarily know what they're getting into and then have these amazing ideas that sadly are never able to see the light of day because they end up just being too large scale.
Yeah, dev creep is real, you know. No matter who you are, like it will happen to you. And I think like an important part for me in writing the visual novel is like doing everything by myself, just because I want to prove that I'm capable of doing something like that. I feel like a lot of my self-growth in the past was with streaming. Like, okay, I'm gonna make a model by myself, and I'm gonna like teach myself how to do everything by myself. And like with my comics, like I'm gonna like sit down and make like a 30-page comic like by myself and like upload it, like just setting like tangible goals like that for me like really builds up my confidence and sort of proves to myself that I have like the discipline to get things done. So this is definitely like the biggest project I've ever given myself, because like you said, there's so much to it, right? Like I gotta draw everything, and writing everything was already such a task, and now I gotta draw all the pictures, and then I gotta worry about the sound and the pacing and the coding and the music and all of that. But
do you have a plan for the sound and the other aspects that you don't necessarily have the experience with making, that you certainly could try composing things yourself, but my guess is you're either going to look at sound banks or something like DOVA-SYNDROME, or are you potentially going to go out and commission someone to do original music for the game?
I'm like actually interested in making the music myself.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's like crazy of me to say, but like I have a lot of music friends, and especially like since I got into VTubing, like I've met a lot of like insanely talented people. So and they've like offered to like help me, like they're busy with their own stuff, so they can't make music for my game, but like they've offered to like give me feedback and like teach me like how to use the programs and stuff. And I don't know, like with the sort of vibe that my game has, I think I'm capable of giving it the mood that I want, because I don't know, it's so important to me. Like I'm not someone that works well in a team. I've been on game dev teams before and like comic teams before, where I've like had to like work with other people and come up with ideas together, and I always get frustrated with it, because I'm the kind of person where I'm like, my idea is good and I know my idea is good.
You know what you want, and
the fact
you know
that
how you want it to be.
Yeah, like the fact that you don't want my idea in your thing, even though I know it's so good, like drives me crazy. So like I'm like such a control freak when it comes to that sort of thing. So I know that like when it comes to like making, down to even making music for a project like this, it's like I need it to be the exact way that I visualize it. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied, which isn't healthy or realistic, but I'm going to try anyways because I'm crazy. We'll see what happens.
Well, crazy is good, that as long as it is planned crazy. That unplanned crazy is the type that is more likely to go off the rails and be unsustainable. But if you know, okay, this is going to be crazy, and here's how we're going to set up the guardrails to make sure that crazy is allowed to do what it wants to do, and that crazy will then get to the end that it is supposed to get to.
Yeah, that's how I view it, you know? As long as there's a method to the craziness, I think I can pull it off.
Exactly. That's exciting of just, okay, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised, especially after the origin story of your model and streaming of just, you dive in and you say, I want to do this thing, and even if I don't know how to do it, I'm going to learn to do it, and that you can and you will.
Yeah. Well, it's the only way to get stuff done, you know? I've spent many a year fantasizing about something happening, right? And I feel like at a certain point, you become satisfied with those fantasies, right? You know, it's like, oh, I want to make a game, and wouldn't it be cool if it had this and these characters, and I had this in the game? And you spend so long like coming up with those ideas and like making mock-ups of it that you know, sort of the excitement leaves your body, and you're like, well, I don't need to make the game because I've like thought about it for like 14 years straight.
The game now exists in my head, and it's exactly how I want it to be.
Exactly. So like,
Great job, everyone.
I've learned that like when inspiration strikes me, it's like I just gotta do it. I gotta just go for it, because I need to hold on to that feeling of like wanting to share this piece of art with other people, right? Because it's so easy to just get satisfied with the fantasy. You know, it's so rewarding to work hard and share stuff with other people.
Do you think you would ever play your own game on stream, or would it be something that you put out into the world and let other people enjoy it, but never actually have it, I don't know if showcased is the right term, but for you to actually demo your own game?
I don't think I don't think I could ever play the game on stream because it breaks a lot of things in TOS.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's one of those situations.
Yep.
But I'm trying not to be shy about like sharing it with my community, right? I feel like an older me would have made it in complete and utter secrecy and like release it on like a corner of the internet and like faded into the bog forever. But I'm trying to have confidence, you know, and I'm trying to believe that my community would be interested in seeing anything that I make, even if I think it's like deeply embarrassing, right? So I really want to share it with everyone when I'm done, even if it's not everyone's cup of tea, which I know it won't be, but it's also sort of fun, I think.
Is there, I guess, from what you have experienced so far creating this one, do you think that you would want to make another after this? Is this something that you're really enjoying, or do you think that this is very specific to this story that you thought of, and that this might be a one and done style of project for you? Or I suppose you might not necessarily know until you actually release the game.
I would say I've wanted to be a game dev like my whole life, right? Like I've always had the fantasy of like making a game, and I think ever since I got into streaming, and like getting into streaming has like introduced me to a side of game development that like I never knew existed. Like I sort of like, before I got into streaming, I sort of had this like impression that I was hip with it, right? Like I was really into like weird PS2 games before I got into streaming, and I was like, oh man, I'm like so cool. I know all these like weird like interactive like artsy pieces that like no one else talks about. Like I'm ahead of the curve when it comes to, you know, like provocative art, you know, and like creative expression. And then like once I got into VTubing, like I realized I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything about games. Like going back to the freaking like, you know, like Famicom, like we were talking earlier, like there are so many games there's so many like weird, bizarre like games that I feel like I would have never dreamed of existing in a million years that I would have never discovered without streaming and like having like friends introduce me to them. And I think that experience is sort of solidified like more than ever that I think like storytelling through video games is just like one of the most like interesting and enjoyable formats that like we have like a species like, not to sound dramatic, but like have created. Like it's so
interactive storytelling is,
it's crazy,
as trite as it sounds. You think about movies and books, and that when you read a book, you are not reading your life story. When you watch a movie, you are not watching your life. You're not hearing the soundtrack to your life. When you play a game, even if you are playing as a named character, even if it's not an RPG, you, at minimum, are in that moment the same as the protagonist, that it is, at that point, you going through the experiences of your life, the soundtrack of your life, even if it's shared with another person. And then you have RPGs where it is truly your experience, your life, and your memories and moments. And that just doesn't exist in other forms of media and storytelling.
Yeah, like it's magical. So I've had this story like that I've just like had near and dear to my heart for a really long time. And every time I would try to draw it as like a comic, I would just get frustrated. I would just get annoyed. Like no matter how many times I tried to sit down and like draw the comic for it, I was just like, this just doesn't feel right. This isn't how I want to like share these characters and this world like with other people. Like I don't think my feelings will come through. And it was like really frustrating because like that was kind of the only, like comics were really important to me, and it was kind of the only way that I felt like I could tell stories, because I didn't think I was good enough to like write prose, right? And I didn't have the connections to like be a filmmaker. So I was just like, I don't know what to do with this story. And then you know, the last couple of years in streaming and like playing all these different kinds of games that are like really narrative focused, it sort of hit me like that's my goal. Like that's what I want to do. Like I want to make like an interactive like video game that makes people feel the way that I felt when I played, you know, stuff like D2 or like Moon RPG, like Yumeniki, you know, stuff like that. Just like really unique narrative experiences. So I think that's like, you know, on the side of streaming, that's where I've been funneling all of my focus on, you know, like that's kind of my reason for living. Again, not to sound dramatic, but it's what I care about, you know?
Now, a couple of the games that you just mentioned, so there was D2 and Yumeniki. What were the things that those games made you feel? Let's start with D2, which I have not played, but I looked up and I noticed that there were, in some ways, parallels to VTubing, that it is a survival horror, but it has a digital actress. So what is it about D2, which was released in North America in 2000, that resonated with you? Was there that you said you wanted to help people feel the things that you felt? Is it, I guess, for D2 specifically, what were the things that it made you feel?
How do I put this into words? It's like, I feel like a lot of the times when you play a game, like you play a game like, I'm not ragging on this game. I feel like a lot of people bring up this game when they're complaining about storytelling in games, but I think it's perfectly fine. Like something like Last of Us, right? Or like God of War. Like I feel like a lot of games are really have sort of like gone down the road of like cinematic like storytelling through like cutscenes or whatever, right? And they know how to get a physical or rather an emotional like reaction out of you, you know, with like sad music and like, you
Mm.
know, like killing off characters and, you know, just stuff like that. I think a lot of people, I don't know, sort of like take for granted like how uh immersive that can be, right? Like experiencing like a character's emotional through line through a game. And but you know, eventually you play enough games and you watch enough movies and you sort of like see the pattern in how that storytelling is like formatted, right?
Mm.
Like it kind of gets annoying at a certain point where it's like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
and
I get it, you know, the sad dad and you know the everything sucks and the music's all emotional and so like
you
I
use the term cinematic experience, and I completely understand where you're coming from. Of just
mhm,
that, okay, sometimes it feels like this is an experience that they wanted to put to screen, and we're told we don't have the budget for it, or that these people did not have the connections, and that they were working in games, and that they wanted to make a film or make a television series, so they made it in a game instead. And you know, good for them being able to find a different medium for the story they wanted to tell. But I do agree that sometimes you can detect, okay, they wanted it to feel like a film. And
mhm,
in some ways, that feels very limiting because, for the reasons we were just talking about, that you were able to create a very unique type of story and a resonance that you can get that actually surpasses film, but that
mhm,
since film obviously is a more tried and true format, that it is something that has simply existed for longer, that it is something that is in some ways more refined, but also it's where people jump to mentally just out of habit.
mhm.
And that you have folks going toward those tendencies, and that, like you're saying, especially in some of the bigger, you know, it's even using a film term, blockbuster games. Something
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
that
yeah.
is literally a film term, and that you see them, if anything, becoming limited by it.
Yeah, and again, it's like I don't know. I don't think that's a bad thing. I feel like there's a lot of people that are like frustrated that like like games are like too much like movies, right? Like, oh, there's too many cutscenes
Yeah,
and
I don't think it's an
yada
inherently
yada
bad
yada.
thing, but I
You
do
know.
sometimes wonder eh, if people are sometimes limiting themselves more than they need to. That obviously films are incredibly emotionally resonant things. That's why they are so popular. That's why they have endured
Mhm.
so long. But that uh, there's, I don't know, certain tendencies that uh, I think are good, and sometimes, like I said, sometimes they can be actually limiting, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's why you know, when you're so overexposed to like storytelling like that, like it's very recognizable, right?
Yeah.
Uh I when I sit down and play games like D2, uh I'm like I don't know how to put it into words. Like it's such a strange game. It's such a weird game, and a lot of people that play it are like really turned off by it because all the characters act like weird aliens in all of the cutscenes, and like most of the gameplay is like walking through like a snowy like landscape for like 30 minutes at a time, and every time you like pick up a health item, there's like a minute long cutscene of like the character like picking it up and like looking at it, like
Oh my.
observing it and putting it in her pocket. Like there's just all these like really strange decisions in the game that like range from like to the dialogue to the shot choice to the bosses to the music. Like it's just but the thing about it that really shook me to my core is like every decision was so thoughtful. Like you could really tell that like Kenji, you know, like had all these extremely like complicated emotions like going through him, and he like said in interviews before like working on D2 that like he felt so much anxiety working on the game because he felt like he had to live up to some sort of expectation, and he like didn't have any ideas for it. And it's like so interesting like getting that perspective and then playing the game, because it's so like it's just so chock full of like emotional moments and like, you know, intriguing sort of like horror elements and social commentary. Um, and a lot of people sort of critiqued the game because it didn't feel comprehensible to them, right? And that's like, and like that makes sense, right? Like I feel like anyone who plays Kenji Ino's games like it kind of feels like shocked by some of the things that happen in it, because like a lot of it's like, yeah, a lot of it feels like almost comedic and sudden and uh you know, uh dreamlike. But beyond all of that, like you could tell the person making it like just really wanted to like express a complicated feeling, and I think that feeling like comes through 100% by the time you reach the end of it. And I don't know, it was just such an intense like emotional experience. Like I'd never felt anything else like it, like playing a game. And I wish more games like had the guts to like be a bit more rough around the edges, like in exchange of like cliches, you know, and sort of like what is expected in a story, you know, to like entertain like a player or even someone like watching a movie. Like I want more people to make experiences like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
Now,
if that made any
interestingly,
sense. Sorry, that was a bit
no,
of
no,
a rant.
no. Margo, this is a talk show. I got you to talk. That's what's supposed to happen here. That's a success. Well done. So I'm looking actually at the game, and interestingly enough, Kenji Ino is doing or did what you are looking to do with yours, and that is he was the director, he was the writer, and the composer. That he did basically everything. That,
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure there was a team behind him for the development, but that all of the central concepts, including the music, were done by him.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm actually going to look up, did he do, was that something for all of his projects, or is that a very particular one?
I feel like D1 was like also very personal, but so you mentioned earlier the virtual actress Laura. So Kenji Ino made 3 games using the digital actress Laura, and she has a different last name in all 3 of the games she appeared in. D1, or just D. I call it D1, but it's just D. And then the second game in the series was Enemy Zero, and then the third game in the series is D2. And Enemy Zero is a very interesting case where I always forget the name of the guy who made the soundtrack. But
Michael Nyman.
Yeah. The soundtrack to Enemy Zero was decidedly not made by Kenji Ino. It was made by Michael Nyman because Kenji Ino wanted like an orchestral like cinematic soundtrack to his game so badly that he locked Michael Nyman in a hotel room for like 6 hours or something, probably longer, and just begged him to make the music for his game. You just begged him for hours straight, like, please make the music for my game, please. And eventually he was just like, okay, fine. And he like buckled down and he did it.
I see it here on Wikipedia. While Ino did the music for D, he recruited Michael Nyman, composer for films such as Gattaca and The Piano, to create the soundtrack for Enemy Zero. Ino was a fan of Nyman and wanted to collaborate with him, but felt it would be impossible. After the Great Hessian Earthquake struck Kobe in 1995, Nyman visited the city to evaluate pianos and had donated to schools in the city. Ino met Nyman in a hotel room during his visit and convinced him to provide music for the game after a 6-hour-long meeting. Ino had initially considered asking Ryuichi Sakamoto to create the score, but decided that his style would not be appropriate for the game. Wow.
Yeah. He was a character. He was a character for sure. But
and then he went back and did the composition himself on D2.
Yeah. And the soundtrack's amazing. Like I was really shocked to learn that Kenji Ino did the music for D2, because like it's fantastic. But yeah, I don't know, just he cared so much about his art, you know? Like he cared so much about his art and he was able to like back it up, you know? Like he clearly was someone that like was not satisfied with whatever existed at the time of games, right? He was always like D Enemy Zero and D2 are all just like bizarre games. Like they all like really pushed like what gaming meant, like even back then, like to the brink of like expression and creativity. And I find that so inspiring, you know? I
Mm,
don't know.
Makes me sad that these
People
games
are always
aren't
complaining about.
aren't
Uh-huh.
wider known.
Yeah, it's I like made it like my life's goal to like tell as many people about Kenji Ino as possible because like his art means so much to me and I want everyone to experience it because it's so amazing. It's so amazing to me.
Mm, that's so interesting. And it got pretty good scores, middling to high scores, and that my guess is that part of it, like you mentioned, that it was very much his vision, and that not necessarily everybody, especially a conventional critic, would necessarily resonate or understand or enjoy that type of experience because it's clearly a it's an experience that someone has to be wanting to go into to have that type of story.
Mm, yeah, for sure.
Sort of reading through that, it's a very, very interesting concept. I'm actually gonna paste the Wikipedia article here in the chat. But
Yeah.
how did you end up finding it? How did that game come to your attention?
Uh, this is gonna sound silly. I mentioned earlier that I was really into Let's Players, right?
Mm,
I was really into Two Best Friends play, and every Halloween they would, for every single day of the month, they would play a horror game. And one of the horror games they chose was D2.
there you
And
go.
it just like, and you know, and it was kind of like, it wasn't a very popular episode because the game is so not much happens in the beginning of the game, right? It has an insane opening cutscene, but after the insane opening cutscene, it's just sort of like running through the snow and like shooting aliens with a machine gun. You know, it's like whatever normal horror survival horror game stuff. But like there was like a single cutscene where they're talking to like a stewardess that's like possessed by like a plant monster, and I thought the dialogue was like so interesting. I thought like the way that the scene was structured was like so fascinating that it like stuck in the back of my brain for a really long time. And then when I got into streaming, when I got into VTubing, I made friends with someone that just had like had a very unique taste in games. Like I'd never met anyone who had ever had the same taste in games as them. Like like they were very specifically into like games that like other people seem to en masse dislike, but they always had all these like thoughtful things to say about these usually like overlooked pieces of work. And they're like, you should play D2. And I was like, okay. And it was certainly one of the
Sounds like
most
it was a
unique
good
gaming
recommendation.
experience. Yeah, certainly one of the most unique gaming experiences I had. I could understand why my friend liked it at the time.
Mm. And then on, I suppose, the more conventional side of games, but also still not. It's big name in Japan, less so in the West, that you really enjoy Dragon Quest.
Yeah, I love Dragon Quest. Definitely the complete opposite spectrum of D2. But
But it's
yeah,
also
I've
not
been.
quite the JRPG that really actually hit it big in the West. That we still get the Dragon Quest not adaptations, localizations and releases, but even now, I feel like Dragon Quest, while it's huge in Japan, that it's just not a very big one here. So how did that one end up crossing your path, and how does that become the JRPG that you really end up resonating with?
Uh, I don't know. It's so like I feel like because like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy are like two sides of the same coin, right?
Mm.
Because eventually they they ended up getting owned by the same company. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just was never really able to get into Final Fantasy. Like I tried so hard over the course of however many years to like play like different Final Fantasy games to see if it like clicked with me, and I never really cared. And then my friend actually recommended me a spin-off, Dragon Quest Builders 2, and it was like it was like a Minecraft spin-off of the Dragon Quest series, but it had like a really in-depth plot. Like sort of the tutorial for the whole game was like this really like just like fleshed out like JRPG adventure plot, and I was like, wow, that was so good. I wonder what the mainline series is. And I didn't realize at the time that Dragon Quest was like the blueprint for like everything. I didn't know Dragon Quest like one at the time was like the blueprint of like all JRPGs.
Yeah,
So
it's so it, it's kind of mind-boggling to think how it's not as big in the West as it is in Japan, because it has all of the hallmarks of something that should have made it big here. That mechanically, it's as good as any other JRPG. It had art in the early days by Akira Toriyama, the manga who did Dragon Ball and so many other things, is responsible for that slime. And that
and the West loves Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
The West is crazy about
that
Dragon Ball.
And it's so interesting that for some reason or another, that I'm sure there's some logic to how it happened, whether it was a licensing issue or if it just had a really bad marketing campaign when it first came to the West, or something that led to it not really getting that foothold here, not taking off, because by all rights it should have.
Yeah, and they tried. Like they released every Dragon Quest game like in the West, and like even like Dragon Quest 8, you know, in the peak of like JRPG gaming in America, they're like, okay, like this is it, boys. Like we're gonna make Dragon Quest pop off in America. We're gonna give it a cinematic soundtrack, and we're gonna like add all this extra stuff in the Western release. And it's like, no, people just like never really got on board with it until 11, which is really interesting.
8 Lives mentions every single person who had a Nintendo Power subscription in 1988 had a free copy of Dragon Quest 1.
That's right, yeah, Dragon Warrior 1. I don't know. I don't know why like Americans didn't gel with it, because I certainly loved it, you know? Going all the way back to Dragon Quest 1, just like cold turkey, I was like, wow, that was like an amazing game. But who knows? I really do wonder if it was just like the aesthetics, right? Like we always sort of like joke about that, like, oh, like Westerners don't like fun stuff and colors and like goofy cartoons, but like maybe that's what it was. Maybe Americans didn't like that freaking slime.
Maybe it
and his
just
giant
seemed
grin.
too juvenile.
Yeah. It's great though.
Now, one game that I don't know at all, but that is the top of your list on your channel of your favorite games, and I don't know if this is just an arbitrary ordering or if it's intentional, but Killer 7 is literally at the top of your list.
Yeah. I love Killer 7. Yeah, I mean, surely you've heard of like No More Heroes, right?
Yes, I do know No More Heroes.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've seen the logo for Killer 7, or maybe it just resembles another, but it's a game that really has never crossed my path, so I don't know what it is. Please give me the gospel of Killer 7.
So, Killer 7 is a GameCube / PS2 game released by Suda51. It's like it's so interesting. It's so it's a on rails first-person shooter, and the gimmick of the game is that you play as a guy named Garcia Smith, and you have 7 personalities inside of you, and that's why you are the Killer 7. Because
Oh.
you're like this assassin that has the ability to like harness the power of like 7 other assassins,
Mm.
and you have to like solve puzzles to sort of like proceed forward through the game. But I don't know, like since like day one, Suda51 has like always been such an inspiration for me when it comes to like art and like game development, because he's always believed in like mixed media gaming. Like he's another one of those guys that's like always believed in sort of like just like true like artistic expression and like not holding back. And I think Killer 7 and No More Heroes both share the trait of like just it's sort of being like a celebration of like different artists and ways of like storytelling, because it's like I don't even know how to put it into words. It's such a unique experience that you need to like play yourself honestly, but you're just kind of always being jerked around while playing it, right? Like you think you've figured out what's going on, you think you understand what's going to happen next, but then Suda51 just keeps like tossing you curveball after curveball, and he starts like changing like the graphics of style of like the cutscenes, and like what like each like chapter just has a completely different like plot line going on and a different vibe. And then in the background of everything there's like all this like deep like the political commentary on like Japanese US like UN relations. It's just like it's insane. I don't know. I I get so excited when I find a game that is like not afraid to just unapologetically be itself like that, you know. And kind of like every game that I have listed like under that list of like, like my favorite games that I have played on stream, like I think that's like the through line that connects all of them. Like they're all just not afraid to like be really like wild, and they're like not afraid to like scare off the player sometimes with like how they're designed, you know. Like it's not about making the player feel comfortable, it's all about expressing itself. And I just think that's so cool.
Yeah, that even the titles on the list that I recognize are ones that are known for being unique. That you have Okami, you have Yume Nikki, you have Earthbound, you have Dragon Quest, for the reasons that we were talking about. That these are even the quote unquote more mainstream ones are not quite mainstream. That if anything, they're cult classics at best.
Yeah. I can't help it, I'm a hipster.
We're never actually going to get Earthbound here in the West, are we?
You mean Mother 3?
I'm at the point where I can only believe there's a licensing holdup. I feel like the demand has to be there, and that Nintendo has to be aware of the demand. That NES has been part of Super Smash Bros. Since its inception. Mm-hmm. It is now a recognized character. It is a recognized franchise. And that there has been obviously a very vocal contingent of people that have been begging for it for years. That it feels like if it's not a licensing issue, I just can't think of any other logical explanation unless it's a situation of like, is there in case of emergency, in case of like bad financial hardship, break glass and make Earthbound because they know it will print money. Is this their backup plan? Is this their silver bullet that they're saving for a rainy day? I can't believe that's real, so I'm forced to believe that it's something with licensing.
But like, well, I mean, Mother 3, because they recently released Mother 3 on the Japanese Virtual Console, so like they got it. There's no like clear answer why, but I think
that's the thing, that sometimes like licensing you can have the license for a domestic release, but there might not be a license for international releases. because
I mean,
I cannot believe that it's a translation thing. If it was just translation, they could do that. They have the money, they have the resources. Translation cannot be, in my opinion, the blocking factor for Mother 3.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have my theories, but I don't like. I'm not the person to be asking about this because I don't really care about Mother 3. I know that's like blasphemy for me to say as like a Shigesato Itoi
Like,
gamer, but
I don't really care myself. I'm curious from an academic standpoint. I'm a business nerd. I always look at things of just, okay, why is this thing being made? Or more often than not, especially in gaming, it's not why isn't this being made, or why isn't this being re-released, especially when it comes to these older games that were never released in the West, that have gotten these cult followings, that have people who are aware of them, know it, want it, and that for whatever reason the company just doesn't make it. That I find myself asking from the academic standpoint, wondering what's the blocking factor? Why aren't they doing it? Because it seems so obvious. It seems like it would make plenty of money, that its existence from a business standpoint is entirely justified. There must be something behind the scenes that fundamentally blocks it.
yeah, I don't know. I wonder if like I wouldn't be surprised if Shigesato Itoi himself like doesn't want Americans playing Mother 3 because like have you played Mother 3? Like do you know what it's about?
I have not, admittedly, that I've seen playthroughs and bits and pieces and parts, so I do not know it end to end.
It's a very political game. Like the emotional crux of Mother 3 is it's kind of about like fascism and like the destruction of a utopia and like the evils of capitalism. And I don't know, like my this is my crackpot conspiracy theory. Like my theory is that like I don't know, like Shigesato Itoi might be like I don't think Americans would like get it. I don't think Americans would like get it if we like
Or
release
that
it. So like,
would it be a thing of that, you have people, admittedly like me, that are not aware of its political under or overtones, and that if the game is released, that then obviously that comes to the forefront, and then suddenly people are angry that this political game is
and
being released, and that
there's like stuff
perhaps
in that game that like I don't want to like bring up on a talk show, but there's stuff in it that like I feel like if released unknowingly to a modern audience, they like might feel upset about it, and like that's my theory. That like
that's
Nintendo just doesn't want to
interesting.
touch that.
Now I want to
don't think
actually
Nintendo
look
wants to
into
deal with
it
that.
and just get it, because that actually is a very interesting theory, and I could believe that. I could definitely believe that.
Yeah, because like it's not offensive, but it's like it skirts the line
It's
enough.
just
Yeah,
it's
It
just
bothers some
risky
people.
enough that it's not worth risking. That's sad.
Yeah, but but like I don't know. Again, it's like you can play Mother 3. You can go on eBay and you can buy a translated hacked cart of Mother 3 for like $7 and put it in your Game Boy SP and like play it and like have one of the greatest gaming experiences of all time. Like I don't think it's that big a deal that Nintendo is not releasing it. Like I don't know. I don't care. Like piracy has never been easier than now in this exact moment of human history. Like
That's the other thing that's
I don't know.
really cool about the day and age, that yes, you can have these, that it's not impossible to play it. That is it difficult? Is it above the barrier to entry for the common person to want to do it? Just, statistically speaking, what percentage of people are going to do that? Probably 1%, maybe less. But that if you do really, really want to, that it is possible. It's not just, it's not simply impossible as it was 15 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, especially with, like, I remember being younger and, like, Nintendo Power would, like, have these little sections in the magazine that are, like, games that are only in Japan, and it would like talk about all these like really cool, interesting like region-locked like Nintendo DS games, and I would stare at it and be like, oh man, like I'm never gonna be able to play these games. That's so sad. But I don't know. Now, like downloading like a PlayStation 2 emulator is like incredibly easy and accessible and like not demanding on your computer. It's like now we got like sickos out there like Hilltop that are like translating like, you know, PS2 classics like en masse. Like it's like I don't know. It's so different now. You can play anything, you know. It's easier than ever to learn Japanese. You know, there's machine translation. There's robots that you can plug into an emulator that automatically translate Japanese games for you. Like you can truly play anything. You can play anything. It's amazing.
Yeah, and
You are not limited.
And even just for fan creations, the ability for people to do ROM hacks or create something new. Just look at the Pokemon ROM hack community. That they've made so many different stories and games and systems in that world. The things that people can do in Minecraft even at this point. And just there's so much potential for creativity, and that people have really been able to actually do this and then get their creations into the hands of others. All these Minecraft mods that not only fundamentally change the game, but create a new game within the game, which was not necessarily designed to be that type of platform, but now is.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Is there outside of visual novels, is there a type of game that you would ever want to make? Let's assume that you have the funding and the time and the capability and the knowledge, and if you wanted to collaborate with others, that there would be people that would be able to do so.
I mean, I do have a lot of like dream game ideas, but like I don't think I have any like game ideas that are like out of the realm of like possibility, right? I don't know. I'm such a I'm such a realist, right? So it's like, okay, like, well, I want to make this game, so it has to be this scope and it has to be this sort of thing, because otherwise I'll never finish it. But I mean, kind of what I was talking about earlier before I went on like my D2 spiel. Like, I really want to make. I guess I'll start here. I really want to make a Love Delic. Like, are you familiar with Love Delic?
I'm not.
Have you ever played like have you ever heard of Chibi Robo?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Like Chibi Robo is like their most popular game, but outside of Chibi Robo, I would say like Tulip and Moon RPG are their most famous works. And sort of the whole premise of a Love Delic game is that like Undertale got so popular because it was like, what if you made a video game that wasn't about killing monsters and it was about helping people, right? But like, Love Delic has been doing that for like 30 years before Undertale came out. So I really want to make a game like that. I really want to make like a sort of like a rich like narrative, like exploration focused game that's like really focused on like characters and sort of like living life day by day, because I think those are the most like unique parts about those games. Because that's the whole thing about like Tulip was so magical to me when I played it when I was younger, because it's a game about you're like a poor kid that moves into a new town with your father, and all of the gameplay is like you're in like an old like Showa era Japanese town, and you have all these like insane neighbors that are just like off their rocker and they like talk in weird voices, and everyone hates you and everyone's messing with you and like pushing you downstairs. And the premise of the game is that you have to like learn about your neighbors and like get information about them and like grow closer with them, so that you can kiss them and gain experience so that you can get a girlfriend. It's just like it's such a it's like a concept I like never seen in a video game before. It like blew my mind. Like the more like benign and like everyday like a premise of a game is, like the more fascinating it is to me. And like, even though it's like so normal, it's like the underlying premise is like so zany and like out of control that it just like won a place in my heart immediately. And I don't know, I'm really interested in games that like have unique concepts like that and sort of introduce like a level of strategy and gameplay beyond like what you're usually exposed to. And like, I don't know, just like really thoughtful and witty dialogue. Like that's why, like, you know, Earthbound is so popular, right? Because it has like a sense of humor that you don't usually see in games, because the person writing the game like had like lived experiences outside of making games, and that's what makes it so compelling. Like, I really want to make something like that. Like, that is my dream.
While it is perhaps oversaturated at this point, I think the reason that it got so big and the fact that it resonated is because of similar reasons to what you're describing with Tulip and Love Delict. And I think that the first major instance of a game like this, where it's this, in terms of graphical fidelity, relatively simple, but that it's writing, but it also has the humor and irreverence, did eventually make its way to the West. And it just had to be done by a Westerner, not because there's anything fundamental to the story that is Western culture related, but that since this was a more narrow type of game, that it wasn't going to be one that was likely to be localized or necessarily really get to many people before the population of gamers as a whole was big enough. And I think we've had that moment in the West, and I think it's Undertale.
Yeah. You know, like, gamers knew about Earthbound, right? Gamers have been talking about Earthbound for forever, you know? Gamers have even been talking about, like, Yumeniki for, like, a million years. Like, whoa, like, check out this, like, weird, zany game, you know? But it's, like, Undertale, like, took all of those things and, like, made it easily digestible and had the skill, and, you know, Toby Fox had the skills to back it up, you know? It has really good writing, has really good music, it has an intuitive, you know, gameplay.
You have the very crazy characters, you have the very silly, irreverent writing, and that, once again, you have the instance of a writer, director, composer, creator at the helm who's doing all this stuff and taking this story that is very personal and special to them, and that it is able to resonate with people, and they're able to really make what is... It's weird to say, but I think it's not outrageous to say that Undertale is a cultural landmark at this point.
No, I agree 100%. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how much it blew up, and how most people know what Undertale is. Like, I don't think my mom knows what Undertale is.
Megalovania has been performed for the Pope, if memory serves.
Yeah. That's crazy. That one's crazy. Matt Pat was crazy for that one.
Gosh, whoever planned that, just what a thing to get away with. But that's one of the things that I love about video game music as well. Just and that there's so much video game music that if you were to play it alongside Beethoven or Bach and just say, oh yes, this is a classical era piece by it was a lesser known composer, just sort of brush over the composer name and say that it was of an era, and play it next to pieces of some other era, or say, oh, this is a new film score from they won a whole bunch at the Cannes Awards this year, that they're this really big and up and coming name. If you were to present it as either classical or a film score, that people will not say, oh yeah, that's amazing, that's beautiful, but that it's just video game music, and that it is, and it has been able to hide among other genres, and that it's been fighting against the stigma of being game music or being a video game. And we have been making strides in terms of cultural acceptance and recognition of games and game music as just as legitimate, mature, and thoughtful as any other form of media or art. But it's been a long fight.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta say though, I'm sick of orchestral tracks. I've had enough. I'm over it. I'm sick of all game music sounding like movie music. We gotta go back.
That's back to what I was saying earlier of that I don't think using like an orchestra is the problem, but I think that creating cinematic style orchestral soundtracks, like I was saying, while still amazing, in some ways we've relied on it perhaps a bit too much, and that I don't think it's as vital to make it sound like a movie score as it used to be. That I think Rewind the Clocks, being able to put a movie sounding score in a game helped legitimize it, especially when it was newer, of saying, hey, listen to what video game music can sound like. It's not just bloops and bleeps. It's not just, but now that we've normalized that, we're leaning on it too much, and that we're not necessarily seeing as much creative freedom, because you can do some really cool things with bloops and bleeps if you know what you're doing.
I mean, I do think, like, and I think another symptom of that is, like, of course, things like Metal Gear Solid exist, so there's always exceptions, but I do think, like, for as long as, like, Western gaming has been around, I feel like Western gaming has, like, first and foremost been very focused on, like, realistic immersive experiences. Like, I feel like even like the way that like NES games were being marketed back then, it was like, like experience the we were advertising all of our new consoles with like, we got the 32 bits now, we got 64 bits, we got 800 million bits now, it's like, oh, it's like so much more like immersive and fun and realistic, like the technology keeps getting crazier and crazier. And I feel like
I don't need to see how many pores are on this character's face.
But gamers care about that, because like that's like how marketing has been like since the beginning. Like I feel like all Western gaming has just been like how realistic can we make games? Like how close can we get to like tricking people into like thinking that this video game is real life? And that's why like David Cage games are so popular in the West, because it's like a lot of people haven't experienced that before, like that sort of level of like immersive like storytelling like gameplay. Like even though it's hokey, it's like just because it's like so gorgeous and like cinematic, and like over the top, it's like, people love it. People are crazy about it.
It's difficult to tell if it's habit or if it's actually what people want at this point. But then again, also, there's some amount of data that shows it, and it's certainly, it's a good talking point, that being able to sort of flex and say, oh, look how powerful the game system is, or look what we've been able to do here. But at the same time, just you look at file sizes nowadays for what it takes to actually install something on a machine. And it's like, okay, I think we've passed the point of practicality. I think that we're now at diminishing returns of graphical improvements to cost and resources, that I'd like to see that, okay, maybe we bring down the graphics to be very, very good and not bleeding edge, and the incremental cost that is involved with making it HD to bleeding edge can be then funneled into any other part of the game and have a much larger incremental impact.
Yeah, no.
But graphics are king, unfortunately.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, like, again, like, video games make so much money now, and the like video games like aren't pieces of art anymore, right? Like there's still psychos like Kojima out there like trying to make pieces of art, but like video games are investments now, like straight up. Like you cannot afford to like mess around making a game. Like there's
Not
so
if you're a
many
AAA
plates
studio, you
that
can't.
you're spinning, right? And you're always trying to top what came out the last year. Like when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out and I saw like how realistic it was and like how big the map was and just like how involved like every little bit of like maintaining like Arthur Morgan's like cholesterol levels were, I was like I knew that gaming was cooked. I knew that gaming was cooked the moment Red Dead Redemption 2 came out because I knew that like from that moment on, every single gaming company was going to like devote their life to like topping that, you know? Like every single gaming company is just trying to make like the most like immersive, gigantic open world like graphically demanding like life sim ever, you know. We kind of saw that with the Cyberpunk. Like Cyberpunk is like an amazing game, right? Cyberpunk is like beautiful and it's like a gigantic world and like it has like good writing and you know there's like a million things you can do in it, but like they didn't have the manpower to make it that way like the first time around, so we had like the awkward transition period where it was getting like a million patches and was like they had to like take it off of like the PlayStation store and stuff, and it sort of got like joked into the ground because it had such a rough start because we don't have the resources to make games like that all the time, you know.
Yeah,
It's just not feasible.
and you saw that also with No Man's Sky, that it was this
Yeah.
very heralded release, and upon actual launch, it was very empty, and that they've continued to now iterate and have more patches and everything, that there's now so much there that apparently the fandom is actually saying, wait, please take a break. The person who's behind it is like, no, you can rest now. We accept your apology.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, it's I don't
Donut Bro
know.
mentions there was a month-long Smithsonian exhibit that Kojima headlined for the first week called Video Games as Art, and that there is a 45-minute-long discussion in Japanese about what he felt the art within the past, present, and future of gaming was. Because I know that there was also I'm not sure if you're talking about a recent exhibit. I know there was a exhibit at the Smithsonian. Gosh, it must have been 2011 or 12. Yep. Okay, so it was that one. Yes.
Oh. I must have heard about that and then like ejected it from my brain, but I want to check that out. I do know that like Kojima was very like vocal, like when he was, even though like Metal Gear Solid 5 was a bit of a letdown for some people. I do remember him being like very vocal about that sort of thing while he was working on it.
Hideo Kojima is such an interesting character that there are very few names that you can really unironically put the term auteur next to in gaming, and he's the top of that short list, and the stuff he's made has continued to be very weird, and it's strange to think that he went from stuff that was... I don't necessarily want to even say that Metal Gear Solid was mainstream or normal, because it was still very different, that as a stealth-based game and doing the things that it did, that it wasn't, it wasn't another Call of Duty. Yes, it was a game that had guns and stuff, but it was not actually as similar to other war games at the time, and that he's only gotten weirder since. And that it feels like he's living his best life now, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's always been like a freak. like in my brain, when I think of like top 3 freak developers, I think we've covered all of them. I think of Hideo Kojima, I think of Kenji Ino, I think of Suda51. Like they're like the big 3 of like freak developers that are just like, I'm gonna make my video game the way that I want it to, and like I don't care if it sells like 3 copies. I'm gonna make it. And I think Kojima's like succeeded the most in terms of like sales, but I'm a really big fan of Kojima's earlier works. I do want to talk about Metal Gear, but like in terms of just like innovation. I always think about an interview. He made an adventure game. I think it was originally on PC. I always get the old computers mixed up. It might have been MSX. PC. Okay, yeah, MSX. He made an old adventure game called Snatcher on the MSX, and then eventually it got ported to like a bunch of other stuff. But in an interview, if you're not familiar with Snatcher, it's a point and click adventure game that's like very heavily based off of Blade Runner, and you play as a detective cop in a cyberpunk sci-fi world, and you're hunting down these things called snatchers, which are like rogue androids masquerading as people. And in her interview, he said that he wanted to have it be so that when you put the floppy disk in your computer, or maybe it was just the regular disk, he wanted the disk like coated in like a layer of like some kind of solvent, so that when it like speeds up in your computer, it starts smelling like blood. Like he's always just been weird.
That's
just, like,
terrifying.
He's always just wanted to do stuff like that.
That's creative as hell, but also, oh my gosh. Especially back in the day when you don't necessarily have the proliferation of information going as quickly as you have it now. How many people would get that and either freak out or like also potentially damage their computers? That it's a bold concept.
But like,
and now I'm just saying, oh gosh, so how can you actually put stuff on the physical games that will create a sensory result of
Right.
You can't do that with digital games at the very least, but
but I feel like he
wild.
got to live that fantasy out with Boktai. He was like, I want video games to be like truly interactive. I want them to be like living things. So he was like, what if we put a freaking solar sensor on a Game Boy cartridge? It's gonna cost $1 million, but why not?
And that this one is a proper visual novel. I didn't know that Kojima had done a visual novel.
Yeah. He did writing for Tokimeki Memorial as well in the past.
Ooh.
He's always been sort of on that side of things. But yeah, like Metal Gear Solid, very groundbreaking in terms of like storytelling in games, like another, because even before Metal Gear Solid, like I think like when people think about like cinematic gaming, a lot of people think about Metal Gear Solid 1, right? Because it has the crazy cutscenes, it has 2 discs, it has the orchestral soundtrack, it has the full-fledged voice acting, it has the crazy camera shots, like truly a masterclass of PSX gaming. But like even Metal Gear 1 and 2 on the MSX, like those games are crazy. Those games are like insane in terms of like, it's just like, it's like top down, like 8-bit, like, stealth gaming, but he still managed to like stuff all of this like emotion and like storytelling and like pacing through like codec calls and like like lines of dialogue, and like there's all these like weird little like gimmicks and tricks that he put in solving like the puzzles. You have to like look at the back of the box to like figure out like codec codes and stuff. He's like always been a madman. He's always been trying to just like make unforgettable gaming experiences, and I like respect that so much.
Yeah,
he's like an egotistical maniac.
I remember.
He can back it up.
It's weird to think that it's been, gosh, how many years has it been since he left Konami?
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's been almost a decade, I think.
Yeah.
It was.
I don't know when 5 came out.
Yeah, it was about 2015.
My God.
The most badass entry anyone has ever made at E3, and it's not close in my opinion, was him walking out at the PlayStation E3 presser to announce Death Stranding. That basically the head of PlayStation did this very general introduction of just, like, we're pleased to announce one of the greatest minds in gaming, that people were like, wait a minute, is it going to be Kojima? And that's just like, from a production standpoint, it was so cool because lights went down and, music starts playing, and they had this projected light walkway that started from the back end of the stage, and these little squares would appear and just assemble what looked like a bridge on the stage. Obviously, it wasn't actually that, but it created the walkway all the way down, and Kojima paid no attention to it whatsoever. He walked past where the light squares were and just made his way down stage at his own pace. And for him to have such a grandiose entrance and just not care, in some ways, was just like, oh, how'd you mess that up? It was so cool, and it's just a little bit off, but at the same time, that feels so him. Of course, the auteur wouldn't give a damn about what the production was planning to try and make for his entrance and the timing, and that all he had to do, that it wasn't, oh, you need to memorize step for step. It's just be sort of peripherally glancing down at the floor in front of you and walk a bit slowly, make sure that the light squares are ahead of where your feet are. It didn't even need to be something that he rehearsed or practiced. It's just, amble your way down, take your way down, let it be dramatic. This is your big return after leaving Konami, and just, we're just going to walk down stage. And that his intro was just, hello, everyone, I'm back. And crowd went wild, and really that's all he needed to say, and he introduced the trailer, and it was great. But just the fact that he could, what a badass line of, hello, everyone, I'm back.
He's awesome.
And only he could command that type of of just enthusiasm for someone to be gone and to come back in that way.
Yeah, he's a showsman for sure. Kojima's funny because it's like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like so many game developers are just like, they're just like shy, nerdy guys, right? But like, Kojima knows what he's about. Kojima's not afraid to to sort of act out in the way that he does. I think that's why so many people have sworn allegiance to him,
It's just, he's now doing his own weirder stuff than ever, and he's at the point in his career where he really can, because it's almost crazier to think of the stuff he got away with under a big name like Konami.
No, for real. And
just
even, Metal Gear Solid 2 in of itself, I feel like that was like the peak of like Kojima Unchained,
That there's so many things that he did then that probably would not get greenlit by today's standards, at least not being given the front and center billing that he got back in the day. And that was just because gaming was still in its very Wild West phase.
Yeah, it's tragic. I'm excited though. I Death Stranding, I never finished it, so I don't have an opinion on it, but I do respect it for being what it is. I'm really excited for his new horror project that he's working on with Jordan Peele. That's when I'm sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for it.
So outside of games, another auteur, another person who's known for being very out there and is sadly no longer with us is Satoshi Kon, and I know that you were a big fan of his films.
Yeah. Anime film is like definitely like some of the most important things to me. If
someone hasn't seen any Satoshi Kon films, what would you suggest as the entry point for his filmography? Because it's not a linear filmography. He's not known for writing series. He writes individual pieces, so they can really be viewed in any order at all. Do you have the starting point that if someone is not familiar with his work, you say, watch this one first?
I think it really depends, right? They're all so good. I think that if you're like, if you're not that much of an anime head, if you're like not too familiar with anime, I would definitely recommend like Paprika as a starting point. Um, I think that's like his most famous work in terms of just like, you know, recognizability, and I think it's just a very solid movie. I'm kind of a hater. I'm kind of a freak. I'm kind of sick in the head. I think Paprika is like his weakest work, but like because of that, I think it's his most approachable, right?
Mm.
But my personal favorite, like I don't think there's anything wrong with like starting from the beginning. His first film, Perfect Blue, I think it's so good. It's such a good movie, and I think, especially if you're like any sort of content creator, like a lot of VTubers are really big fan of this film because sort of the whole the plot of Perfect Blue is an idol steps down from her. She graduates essentially to become an actor. It's kind of exploring the relationship between like the emotional conflict that comes with making that decision and like the fan backlash of like, you know, leaving your position as an idol. And I guess it's not a spoiler to like describe it as like a horror movie. It's like a psychological horror movie, but it's
The film was released in 1997. I think the statute of limitations for spoilers has expired.
But like, you know, I don't I don't believe in that. I don't subscribe to that. I think you know, younger generations will forever be able to watch, you know, movies like that and like, you know, have a strong emotional connection with them. But I don't know, Satoshi Kon, the thing about Satoshi Kon that like why like everyone worships him so much, right? Why he like stands out so much, I think, as a director in like the world of like anime films is like his brain doesn't work like a normal person's does. Like every single piece of art he's ever made, like I'm trying to think, like except for like Tokyo Godfather, but like even then, every single piece of work he's ever made, like it's not, he doesn't think of things in like a straight line. Like every single movie is always like sort of bouncing around either like in memories or like dream sequences or, you know, shifted reality. Like that's his thing. But even though he like tells his stories in such an interesting way, like it's really like it's easy to understand like what's happening. It's easy to follow the emotions that like the characters are having on screen, I think. And I don't know, you won't get a storytelling experience anywhere else like Satoshi Kon. So like if you haven't seen like any of his films, like honestly, you could just like pick at random. You could pick any of his films at random, and I think your socks are going to be knocked off because like he's that good. He's that good at what he does. But yeah, Perfect Blue is good. Perfect Blue is probably my favorite, but Millennium Actress is really good as well.
I've only seen Millennium Actress and Tokyo Godfathers. I've not actually seen Perfect Blue.
Oh, you gotta.
I know I need to. But
especially if you're a VTuber fan, you gotta see that one.
but from what I've seen, I feel like Tokyo Godfathers is the one that I usually tell people to start with, just because it is the most conventional of his films.
Yeah.
And that all of his others are very, not necessarily psychological, but they're more offbeat. And that Tokyo Godfathers feels like something that you would see a more highbrow Hollywood director doing. That there's nothing I can think of in Tokyo Godfathers that couldn't be done very easily in live action. And that's not to say that it should have been live action, that it's a beautiful film. And I'm very much in favor that there are plenty of things that I think, even if they are perfectly realistic, are better expressed in animation than live action. But if I deal with a lot of people, but just family and friends and otherwise, that are not nerds, that are not into Japanese culture or media at all. And I have to find the entry points. I have to find, all right, how do I get their foot in the door? How do I trick them into watching something and then I can get the strong stuff to them later? What is that gateway drug, so to speak? And so I always go to what is the closest analogy to something that is mainstream in the West, or something that is most like what mainstream media portrays. And I think that the story and execution of Tokyo Godfathers is similar enough, and I don't want to call it mundane enough, but I want to call it approachable enough, frankly. That
it is the most like grounded out of all his movies. I would agree with that.
It's also just really, really good.
Yeah, it's an amazing film. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's like a good starting point. I guess, I don't know, I just always, when I think of like something that like defines, that like has like a through line to like all of his main works, I always think of Paprika, but I would like without hesitation recommend Tokyo Godfathers to anyone, because yeah, you're right, it is like a very good like launch point for someone who's like not used to more surreal works of film.
Goblin.best in the chat says Tokyo Godfathers and FLCL might be my most used weapons to get non-anime fans in. And I cannot think of two more different series. FLCL is the type of acid trip crazy absurdist fare that Satoshi Kon is normally known for, that I specifically go to Tokyo Godfathers as the entry point because it is not. So the fact that you name FLCL as the other entry point is kind of wild to me.
I know. I would go Tokyo Godfathers, Cowboy Bebop, but
yeah, Bebop is definitely another one that.
In Goblin's defense, like Americans love Fooly Cooly. Americans are crazy about Fooly Cooly. I don't know what it is about it, but it just
part of it might
like
be that, despite being episodic, being only 6 episodes, it might as well be a film. And
yeah,
so that just in terms
very,
of time
like,
commitment, it can be more approachable. Of okay, you can watch this in an entire sitting.
Yeah, for sure. Not to be impolite, but I have to use the restroom.
Oh, please,
Can
yes.
I-
Yeah, go right ahead.
I'll be
Yeah.
quick. I'll be
No
quick.
worries that I will occupy things here. And actually, I have
Thank
not
you.
thanked the good people who have followed. So Greedra, Slab64, and Radical Rack, thank you so much for follows. Hopefully you all are enjoying. And that for folks who aren't already following Margo, please be sure to do so. It is just Margo. That she actually recently got her handle here on Twitch changed to just a nice 5-letter URL for Margo. So that's actually neat. That five character names are difficult to come by, funny enough. But hopefully you all are enjoying. Always happy to see some chestnuts here in chat. Really do appreciate you all stopping by. That I do these shows about once a week. This is, funny enough, my third this week. It's been a very busy week for me after being away for a bit over a month. And while I didn't necessarily intend to come back with the back-to-back-to-back shows, schedules lined up, and that was very nice. That I do not actually have a regular broadcast schedule. I always ask my guests what days and times are best for them and do my best to work around it, because I'm fortunate enough to have guests on from all over the world. And if I were to only broadcast at 8 p.m. Eastern time or whatever, that I'm going to lose out on a lot of European guests or guests who are in Japan, and that so you can't necessarily expect regularity from me in my timing, but you'll always be able to find out when I'm going live on Twitch and Twitter. So yeah, follow if you're enjoying. And I see motion from Margo.
Hi.
Welcome on back. Diablo Graves mentions something I would point out. Probably one of the reasons that I also like Kon's later works has to do with Susumu Hirasawa doing the music for several of them.
Yeah. Yeah, all of the... I'm pretty sure he... I don't know, he's done the music for, like, most of them. I wouldn't be able to name, like, which ones he didn't, but it helps that, like, Satoshi Kon has, like, a very distinct directing style, and that, like, no one else's music sounds like Susumu Hirasawa's, and I feel like that combination sort of just, like... makes the most like magical like film viewing experience possible. It's quite lovely. Quite lovely.
Mm. Now, outside of the more auteur style of Satoshi Kon, someone who I would still call an auteur in their own right, but a mainstream auteur, for lack of a better term, if there ever was one, would be Hayao Miyazaki. Of just that his filmography has become sort of synonymous with anime films, at least in the West. And I don't know if it's quite so pronounced in Japan. I feel like it probably
it
is
for
to
sure.
a point. But it's kind of fascinating to see how his body of work was able to actually get to the West at all, really in a time where anime films were not being licensed, and to actually resonate overseas essentially as well as they did in Japan, and that his work does have a lot of very Japanese elements to it. So the fact that he's been able to make it something that literally and figuratively has translated well overseas is definitely an impressive feat. But it's interesting to see how he has become sort of a meme unto himself in so many ways. From anime was a mistake to his perpetual retirement and then coming out of retirement.
Yeah.
But gosh, if he doesn't make a good film.
He's also a freak. all of my favorite directors are weird and abrasive freaks that have incendiary opinions, but you know, he makes a good movie. He makes a good movie. I do think it's interesting. I've never heard like anyone describe like Ghibli movies as like it being surprising that like they like succeeded in the West, because I feel like a big part of Ghibli being so successful in America is because like so many Disney animators were just like Ghibli psychos, and they like did everything in their power to like
I feel like that has to be it, because
you know,
that what I consider, like I said, more impressive than them being successful in the West is the fact that they made it at all. Because at that point in time, we just weren't getting films being licensed. We were barely getting TV series being licensed, and the only reason that they happened was because they were long-running things that could get syndicated. But in some ways, it can be more work to actually bother licensing a film and translating and dubbing and all of that, especially when it has very culture-specific elements that might not actually translate well. But I'm guessing that you're right, of just there were probably a lot of Disney animators who were sort of on the inside pitching, saying, no, this is really, really good. We should get this. We should license this. We should release this. And that they were able to get up chain of command enough, or maybe it was just, hell, I could believe that this was a passion project that did one exec just happen to really like Miyazaki and more or less abuse their authority to get a licensing deal done.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. And I mean, I don't know, like, when it comes to like weeabooism, you know, and like Hayao Miyazaki, like I feel like I don't know, when I think of like ones that are like very explicitly Japanese, I think of Totoro and I think of Spirited Away, and the rest of his works are mostly based in Europe and have like a very like European sensibility.
Yeah.
But you're right.
But the one
like,
that got the big
Totoro, Totoro and Spirited
Away
are the
Spirited
most
Away are
popular
arguably
ones
his
in
two
America.
biggest films. It's the one that got him his first Oscar.
Yeah. So, you know, I think it goes to show it's like sort of the emotions that he put in those films and like what he was trying to say, like they're emotions that can be understood by people everywhere, you know, not just Japanese children, even though he claims that's like how he approaches all of his art, right? Like, you know, I think it can sort of resonate with everyone. Yeah, I don't know. He's a really interesting guy. He's also a jackass, and I kind of hate him, but he's so... I don't know. He's so
Everything I see about the guy, from interviews to documentaries to other things, the man seems miserable.
Yeah.
Just he always seems like he's deeply unhappy with everything. And that it's just that he just sort of trudges forward, and that it, I don't know. I do not know what makes that guy tick, and that maybe he's just the ultimate tsundere. That's it. He's the ultimate tsundere, that he's perpetually complaining and saying, no, I don't enjoy this, or, oh, anime is a mistake, blah, blah, blah. I don't like any of this. No, certainly not. Makes another film that everybody loves and actually has very heartwarming and uplifting things in it.
No, I think he's like the ultimate hater, and that's why I resonate with him. Okay, I'm gonna confess something, because like I used to be. I mean, I still am an anime snob, but I used to be like way more of an anime snob, right? And even though I loved Ghibli films so much as a kid, I looked down on anime. I looked down on Ghibli films. I did not care for Ghibli films because I considered them like entry level garbage. I considered like every Hayao Miyazaki movie like sort of like trite and like surface level and like, you know, like not worth like analyzing. And then I bought Hayao Miyazaki's there's a collection of like interviews and essays by him called Starting Point. And I like read it for the first time. And like that's when I learned he was like a psycho, because he was like writing all these essays about like insane like abusive experiences he had like starting out in the anime industry, and like how much he hated his like partner in crime, Isao Takahata, and he was like talking about his like marriage issues and like how his wife hates him and like how he's like never there for his children, and he's like writing all these essays about like all this like political stuff in Japan that I like really had like no ability to like grasp or understand. And I was like, oh my god, he's like crazy, he's like led such a like, I don't know, he's led such like an interesting life, and like I could like see how he got morphed into such a
How he wound up,
horrible
how he wound
like bitter person. Yeah, because just like the circumstances he like existed in. So it really made me like go back and like analyze like all of his work like under a new light, because like that's the reputation Ghibli has in the West. Like people are like, oh, Ghibli's like the heckin' comfy, soft like Ghibli food, like,
No, it's not.
you know,
Half
pastel.
that stuff is deeply traumatic.
Yeah, like that's kind of how I viewed it for a long time, and then it's like actually like every single movie he's ever made is like him like being like pissed off about it. It's almost like his work is almost like he doesn't let himself be an idealist because he views that as a form of like self-defeatism, but he's like exploring those feelings in all of his work. It's almost like watching a man like have an argument with himself in real time, like watching his movies, and that's why I find all of them so
What
deeply
gets me is
fascinating.
that in a lot of ways, I look at Ghibli films and say they're overhyped because they are the mainstream thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that you look historically at a lot of mainstream appealing media, and it's usually the ones that are more surface level, like you were saying, and that it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if people are able to resonate with it on a large scale, that means it's doing something right. And that I look at his work and that I sort of want to say, well, yeah, this is it's surface level, it's basic. But then I look at it and say, no, there's a lot of layers here, and that some of the stuff like outright doesn't make sense. That I was watching The Boy and the Heron, his most recent one, a couple months ago, and I was watching saying, you know, well, that's inconsistent, or that doesn't make sense, or there's a giant plot hole here, and that it's, even with all of that, that there's, okay, I can see what the imagery here is meant to be. I can see the parallel that you are looking to create with growing up or our relationship to nature. and that while his stuff might not necessarily be quite as deep in some ways that some people regard it as, it's certainly a lot deeper than most mainstream stuff. That it's a lot deeper than Marvel, I'll give it that.
Yeah, for
There is a lot beneath the surface, and that I feel like you probably understand better because you've read the essays and whatnot, that I'm sure there is more that the layman and even someone like me who has seen a lot of his stuff and is thinking about it under perhaps a more critical lens, just because I like dissecting things, not from a like a professional critic standpoint, but I like peeling back the layers just sort of on my own time. But that you can do that with his stuff. And the fact that something that is more complex than average, and that's putting it lightly, that his stuff is very complex, has still been able to actually capture the hearts of so many people is very unusual, frankly.
Well, I mean, I think that's why his stuff is so effective, because like he gets it. I think Miyazaki gets it, and I think that he's like sad that he gets it, if that makes sense. Like he's so like defeated by the world around him and his experiences that
ignorance is bliss, and he is not ignorant.
Yeah, I don't know, that's genuinely like the emotion I like get from his work. And I feel like all of his protagonists and the way characters like treat each other and interact with each other, like it's so like that's him like letting himself be an idealist. That's him like letting himself like, you know, dream about like what he wished the world was like, but all the circumstances surrounding, you know, all of his characters and all of his movies, I feel like it's so like, I don't know, it's always so like grim, right? And people kind of clown on him. It's like, oh, every single Ghibli movie is about like the environment and like eco-terrorism, but it's like, I don't know. He's like 1,000,000 years old. Like, what else is he gonna worry about, right? Like, he lived through the war, you know. He like ran a failed socialist party, you know, like for like 15 years at his workplace, you know, and then eventually started to turn his back on all of that to pursue his new career as a director. Like, you know, he feels like he failed his family, you know. There's a lot going on with him. He's just like a messed up guy, and he cannot help but like, I don't know, I feel like sometimes like that vitriol like comes out in his work, you know. It's really interesting when you see it. I don't know, and I don't think you should like there's kind of like a lot of backlash towards Miyazaki I've been noticing lately, where it's like, oh, like if you like Miyazaki films, like you're a bad person because he's like so cruel to his son and he like abuses his workers on camera, right? But it's like, I don't know. You shouldn't what's the word? Glorify is not the word that I'm looking for. You shouldn't like put Miyazaki in like a pedestal. He like shouldn't be someone that you should like aspire to be like, right? But
yeah,
he's a fascinating guy and he's good at what he does, you know. I don't know, you can't deny that.
Do you have a favorite film of his, whether it be one that you just really resonated with or one that is even sort of a comfort film for you? Because like we were saying, his films can range from quaint and heartwarming to emotionally devastating.
I feel like the only emotionally devastating work he ever truly made was Nausicaa, and even then he held back his punches in the movie. Like the Nausicaa manga is like so depressing. the Nausicaa manga like fucking like made me like stare at a wall for like 10 minutes straight. Like that is not a feel good manga. But I would say Porco Rosso is my favorite work by him. I always go back and forth on Porco Rosso or Mononoke, but I don't know. I feel like Porco Rosso is like the only time that Miyazaki like let himself be self-indulgent and just like make a movie about whatever he wanted, because it's truly a movie where nothing happens in it. I remember not liking Porco Rosso as a kid because I thought it was boring and pointless, and I found the ending extremely unsatisfying. But the older I got, and like the more I watched Porco Rosso, the more I was like, yeah, this is like what it's like. Like this is what life like is like. Like things just happen to you, and you deal with them, you know, and you like move on, and that's, I don't know. I like the way it makes me feel, for sure.
Now I'm trying to think. I made the foolish decision to ask a question for which I did not have an answer myself.
I was gonna
just like,
ask
gosh,
you back.
what-
I mean, it doesn't
like,
even have to be a Miyazaki film. Do you have a favorite Ghibli film?
Doesn't make it easier.
I suppose.
It might be Howl's Moving Castle.
Mm.
That just, for whatever reason, that one was, it was very fun.
Yeah,
It had very interesting character arcs. It had interesting imagery, just the fantasy concepts. The characters were very fun. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen it too, that I could not necessarily tell you, like, beat for beat how that film went. But I just remember that I ended that film was like, oh, that was just fun. I really enjoyed that one. I remember that I did not particularly care for Ponyo.
People always hate on Ponyo. Every time the Ghibli conversation comes up, someone's got to be like,
It's
I
not
hate Ponyo.
bad. I'm not gonna call it like terrible, but just I did not particularly enjoy the characters, and the overall arc of the film was not particularly satisfying to me. But I wonder, in some ways, if I'm not the target audience. That the more I think about it, I wonder if the target audience for that film is parents. Because
maybe that's why I liked it so much. that implies that I'm a parent, but it's more like I really enjoyed Ponyo because it was about like, I don't know, I'm sort of a sucker for that sort of thing, like the bonds that connect us, right? And Ponyo like went really hard on that. I liked Ponyo.
Maybe, yeah. Because Boy and the Heron was good. Like I said, that was a weird film, and there were several big plot holes in it and unanswered questions that I figure, okay, you're deliberately leaving out things and not answering questions because no, not every film needs to have a completely neat and tidy ending. You don't need all the questions answered. Some of the inconsistencies I feel like were a bit much, but it was still, it was fun and wild in its own way, and just the places that it went literally and figuratively were still very fun, and it felt like it could have been something that Miyazaki made 20 years ago or now, and it didn't necessarily matter in a good way.
I don't know still how I feel about Boy and the Heron. I remember feeling like the first time I saw Boy and the Heron, I remember being very like, oh, that's it. Right? Because I've been like such a big Ghibli fan for so long, and I was like, oh boy, I wonder what it's gonna be like. And then it was like a really
like, it was
abstract
fine.
film.
There was a lot of stuff going on, and it was very Miyazaki. It was very
But, like,
Miyazaki.
I feel like it's like, I don't know. I'll put it in a really good way. The way I feel about Boy and the Heron, I feel like you're not supposed to watch it like a Ghibli movie. I felt like you're supposed to watch it as like, it almost felt like Miyazaki was like having a conversation with himself, and like
He's
just
certainly
happened
at the
to
point in
be
his career
in the
where he
same
can be a
room.
very selfish filmmaker and just do whatever the
That's
heck
how
he
I
wants.
felt watching it. It's like I felt like he was going through something that like we weren't meant to understand, you know, and like that's okay, you know.
That's
That's
fair.
how I felt watching it.
That's an interesting perspective to it. Of the answers are there if you were there. That if you are him or his friend, that you know exactly what that missing part is. You know the story of the missing part. you know what is in that gap, and that nobody
Yeah.
else will.
You know, he's made enough movies. He's earned one of those, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to live long enough to make his next film, but I sure as hell will watch it.
I am glad that he finally got a second Oscar. I don't know if Boy and the Heron was necessarily the one that I think should have gotten it. I think that he's had several since Spirited Away that should have gotten it and didn't. So, better late than never. Because I will admit, in some ways, I feel like it was Hollywood giving him a Lifetime Achievement Award, not necessarily a Oscar for Best Animated Film going specifically to The Boy and the Heron.
I don't know. Oscars are a scam.
That's true. That's true.
not to be all anti-institutional on you, but
that's all award shows. That's all award shows. It's not unique to the Oscars, that it is for every discipline in medium, and that they are at their core something for their respective communities to come together and recognize each other. But yes, it is people patting themselves on the back. And to be fair, a lot of work goes into films, and that I do not begrudge the filmmakers for making a little thing for themselves. I do not necessarily think that those awards should be considered the metric for the average film enjoyer to gauge things by, as in some ways they have become. But that's part of why I say that I look at it and say I think it's them giving a Lifetime Achievement Award in another name, because I think that a lot of people do recognize that he has done a lot for film and a lot for bringing animation forward, not just from Japan, but that as a whole, it's something that I talk about a lot, actually, that what anime does that Western animation doesn't is, in the West, just culturally, we consider animation to be juvenile.
Mm-hmm.
That it is either crude humor or for children. And that obviously there are exceptions to these, but they've been relatively few and far between. And even if they've become more common in the past decade, they're still relative rarities. Whereas in Japan, it's just another medium for creativity and storytelling. That anime is not a style, it is not a genre, it is a point of geographic origin. It just so happens that the nation of Japan and Japanese culture evolved in such a way that they were open-minded enough to put stories to animation that the West was too closed-minded to. I fully believe that if Game of Thrones had been written in Japan, it would have been an anime, not live action.
No, yeah, I'm right there with you.
And that Miyazaki and his work, that while in some ways it was juvenile in the sense that it was something that children could watch and enjoy, but it was not juvenile. Mm-hmm. And that he has helped push the normalization of animation as a thoughtful artistic medium, in addition to all the genuinely great work that he's done, and that I think people recognize we don't know if we're going to get another film from him. And so they sort of took this as the opportunity to recognize him once more, because it has been so long since Spirited Away got its recognition.
That makes sense. I'll buy it. Why not? It is funny you describe it that way, though, because I feel like Miyazaki's whole bag, as of late, he's always saying this over and over, right? He's always like animation is for children. Animation is for children. Like it should be for children and no one else. And that's why he's so frustrated by the anime industry, right? Because he's felt like it's sort of like evolved into like this incestuous sort of coagulation of otaku, and
there are plenty of problems with the anime industry. I will agree with that, but the thought that it is for children, just has me more thinking that he's just the world's greatest tsundere, because if you look at the stuff that he's done and say that what he has done is only for children, can it be enjoyed by
No,
children?
yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that, the best stories are ones that can be enjoyed by children and adults alike. But if he's writing for children, I don't think he's writing just for children.
No, yeah. Well, I do. It's kind of funny. My favorite film by him is Porco Rosso, but Porco Rosso is his least favorite film that he's ever made because he feels like he made it too much for adults, and that he like failed his vision by letting himself like indulge with it. So I do think that's some sort of level of cope when he describes his movies the way that he does. I agree with you there.
Do you have any other favorite anime, either directors or creators that, there have been a couple really big ones that have not only succeeded in Japan, but also made it stateside over the past couple of years, and it feels like we're seeing more in the West than ever before, but also even if just, I don't know, is there like a classic shonen film or anything that you just really, really enjoyed? Because I know that you mentioned that you watch more anime films than anime series.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. There's so many. I would say you're right. There's a lot of like, that's the interesting thing about anime film to me is like, there are so many phenomenal anime movies that are like tied to franchises, right? Like, I only watched it this year, but it rocked my entire fucking world. It changed my life. I recently sat down and watched all of Mobile Police Pat Labor, and which is written by Mamoru Oshii, who did Ghost in the Shell and Kazunori Ito. And the base show of Pat Labor is just sort of a like hokey like slice of life show about like what if cops had mechs, right? It's very like lighthearted. There's lots of like gag moments, and sort of like Monster of the Week style writing, but like for whatever reason, like Mamoru Oshii like went sicko mode, and when he wrote Pat Labor 2, he like it just like had like I don't even know how to describe it. He wrote like an entire movie sort of criticizing the current like military complex state of Japan, and he made sort of all these like allusions to events that happened in real life, and it had like a very like realistic like art style. It was you mentioned this earlier with the Tokyo Godfathers. It was a movie that could have very well been like live action, but it was an anime film, and I feel like that like took it to the next level of like emotional storytelling. And it's like I just was amazed that I had gone my whole life not seeing this amazing film because it was like tied to a mecha anime. It was tied to like a slice of like mecha anime, so I like never thought in a million years to like watch the second movie in a series like that. But it went completely beyond anything I was expecting it to be. I don't know. End of Evangelion is like another movie like that where it's just like, if you look at the main series and sort of like follow the like logical conclusion of like, how it's going to end, like you would not expect the final result to like be something as like out there and just like insanely like emotionally impactful, just in like the grand scheme of like art as a medium. I don't know. I have so much respect for stuff like that, I feel like you can't find it anywhere else. I don't know. I really like the Shin-chan movies. The Shin-chan movies like aren't as maybe politically intense as maybe End of Evangelion or Pat Labor 2.
Perhaps
but, like,
not.
but there's still like
Shin-chan is another one of those that I look at and say, I am partially surprised that it didn't get a foothold in the West, and part of me says I entirely understand why that series didn't get a foothold in the West.
I mean,
It bounces back and forth, and I do ultimately lean on, okay, I understand why it didn't resonate with the West, but I also remember when I was first told about the series that the one-liner I was given, I can't think of a better one, and I was just told Shin-chan is to Japan as The Simpsons is to America. That it is The Simpsons of Japan, that it is the family sitcom series that has gone on for a generation.
yeah, I would agree with that. It's pretty iconic. Japan has a lot of that. Just like, I think I didn't know if I was gonna bring this up, but I always find it interesting. People always say the big three are like One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball, or whatever, right? But I find it so interesting that the three longest running anime that have like just like hands down like the most number of episodes, like by number,
is
like
not those. Well,
yeah,
I think One
all
Piece is
three
there
of
at this
them?
point, but
No. All three of them are like slice of life, like children's shows that are like sponsored by NHK. it's like Sazae-san, Ninta Marantaro, and Ojaru Maru-kun or something, and like we never hear about them.
yeah,
We
that they
never
just
hear about them in the West.
that you think of what could potentially be localized and syndicated, and that was part of what the appeal was for shonen series back in the day. That's why, well, one, shonen generally speaking has wide appeal for the demographic that those networks were looking to get to, but part of the appeal was also that it is a long-running thing and that they knew that there would be content to license for a very long time, that they could get syndication rights, and that if they reached an agreement with the licensor, that they could just have that for a while and not necessarily have to worry about that every season or something. But I guess I hadn't even thought about it from that perspective of those being the actual statistically longest running and them
interesting.
not making it to the West at all, ever. It's not
At
that they
all.
tried to make it to
They're
the
not-
West and
they're
flopped.
not
They
even
just never got
fan
attempted.
sub.
They
Yeah.
never got attempted. And
There's nowhere to watch those shows in English. It's like crazy.
And part of it, I guess, is because, one, they go so far back that my guess is that the early stuff would not have even been relevant, but you don't necessarily need to, if I'm localizing The Simpsons, I don't need to start at season 1. I can localize season 7 of The Simpsons and just go from there. It doesn't matter. I assume that's probably the case here.
I mean, some hardcore Simpsons fans might fight with you on that one.
Let them fight.
But I mean, yeah, for the most part, you're right. Yeah, it's like, like slice of life, like children's anime. Like there's no plot, there's no stakes in them. It's just sort of like the same thing over and over.
And then there is the curious case of the series that has run longer than One Piece that was attempted, but never actually landed in the West, and that is Case Closed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of, I associate that with like
I don't know
Shin-chan and stuff,
why.
yeah.
I don't know why Detective Conan never actually resonated in the West, because they tried. And you would think that, there's nothing culturally specific about Case Closed, really. That it's a mystery series. It's a mystery series with a kid. Feels like something that you could have just seen on Cartoon Network. But for one reason or another, I don't know if it was the marketing strategy. I don't know if it was the way that they tried to actually distribute it. Maybe the TV networks weren't interested, and that a DVD distribution alone was not going to be enough. but that's one that I look at and say, I feel like there's an alternate timeline not far from ours where Case Closed wound up being as big as Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. Maybe
Yeah,
not Pokemon, but
I feel like, I mean, I don't know, if we're like talking semantics, right? Like I feel like the reason Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon became so popular was it's just sort of
merchandising.
that, yeah, merchandising and like that feeling of like
Also, they had games and everything. So
yeah,
okay,
like
okay, bad analogy,
I
but
wanna
you know
pick
that.
my favorite, you
But
know.
like Case Closed, I feel like it could have been as successful as, not Dragon Ball certainly, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is it really just because it's not an action show? Is it that simple?
I don't know, it's hard to tell. I mean, maybe it like didn't reach the right audience, right? I don't know. I I mean, to be fair, I don't really know like who Detective Conan is marketed to in Japan even, right? Like to me Detective Conan is like a it's like a Fujoshi show. So like I don't know who was watching it who would be like interested in an
VCD has an
American time slot.
interesting theory of just the time slot had a lot to play with that for the demographic, because obviously that is aimed at children. That
Mm.
there's that there was not a good Western analogy for shonen that would occupy that demographic and that type of time slot in the afternoon where you were looking for an action type of show.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Detective Conan, being a mystery series that is also aimed at kids, since it's not action, is now competing against just every other piece of Western animation, because at least if you're going to dilute it down as a network executive and say, all right, what large bucket does this fall into, that it would not be the action type, therefore it is sort of comedy / other, because drama doesn't necessarily seem right either. So it then becomes something that you weigh against more traditional Western media, and perhaps it just lost out there.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the correct niche for whatever reason, you know. It's so hard like thinking about that sort of thing and like wondering like if it really was like a demographic issue, because it's like it's so easy to look back on stuff and be like, yeah, this is good, but like,
Yeah.
you know,
Like I said, I'm a big
we are
business
not
nerd, that I
immune.
love this type of analysis is what I geek out about it.
Uh-huh.
Were there any
It's just-
series that you really, really loved that you say either I don't know why this didn't get big in the US, or even the opposite of I understand why it didn't get big in the US, but dang, I wish it did?
I don't know. I mean, I think a large part the issue with asking me something like that is like the generation I was born in, right?
That's fair.
Like I was born just on the cusp of Toonami, right? So I was watching Toonami and I was exposed to, you know, like Cowboy Bebop and like Lupin the Third and like Fooly Cooly, and it was like, oh whoa, this is so cool, you know. And everyone around me was also like, oh my god, this is so cool, right? And then, you know, naturally the next step from like watching Naruto every Saturday on the TV with my sister was going on the computer and like finding subbed anime and like watching like Higurashi and like Elfen Lied and stuff like that, right?
Do you remember what
So-
the first anime you watched online was?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because I feel like that's for people that grew up with Toonami. That's where you see the crossover of someone being going from a casual fan to a really enfranchised anime fan. That if you are going to take the time and effort to look up a series online and watch fan subs, the first time you do that, that's sort of the turning point, I think, for someone
sure.
as a enjoyer of really any media. That if you are going to go outside of conventional media distribution channels to seek something out, that means that you're really into it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I was pretty lucky because for most of my life, or most of like my early like anime-dom, like I was a manga reader, right?
Mm.
My friend brought a copy of Wedding Peach to school. I was in like 3rd grade, and I just remember being like fascinated by it. I was just like losing my damn mind, because I think for a lot of like young anime watchers, like especially young women, like cartoons weren't aimed for girls. Like they just weren't, right? Like I
No.
liked SpongeBob, I liked Teen Titans, like of course, right? Like they're cool, but like, you know, I could tell it wasn't for me. And so I just remember the first time I saw like Wedding Peach and
That's part of why
Cardcaptor
Sailor Moon,
Sakura. Yeah, Sailor
and
Moon.
Cardcaptor Sakura,
Like,
exactly.
the first time I saw those, like I lost my damn mind. I was like, holy fuck! Like there are like cartoons and comics out there with like female, like with mostly female cast and like female protagonists, and they're like wearing cute clothes.
And they're doing action stuff. They're beating up bad guys. That it's
like
not
saving
just
the world. And they got like a cute ass boy that like likes them. You know, it's like it was mind blowing to read that sort of thing as a kid. You know, after being like only exposed to shonen for so long. So that was kind of like my indoctrination, I think. But I think in terms of like actual anime, again, like I watched like Naruto on TV like every Saturday with my sister. I really liked Bo and stuff like that, and like Rage
wow.
Monster.
It's been a minute since someone mentioned Bo to me.
I loved Bo. I loved it
That
so much.
is a series of all time.
Really
series of all time.
Oh, okay. Actually, I remembered what my first like quote unquote real anime was. I used to order. Remember when Netflix let you order DVDs from their services?
Yeah.
That's what I would do. I ordered Haruhi Suzumiya from Netflix, and that was like my first like air quotes like real anime, and I just remember being like obsessed with it.
Oh, that
like
makes me so
watching
happy.
it.
I was talking. I was talking Haruhi just a couple days ago, actually. With
Really? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Just
that
what a classic. And we were saying
good.
it is incredible to think of how big it was now, and to think that I hate saying this, but some kids these days don't know their roots. They don't know Haruhi.
They freaking don't. They all need to watch Haruhi and K-On! Okay, they need to catch up.
Just
KyoAni is all time, all right? KyoAni will never stop being the GOAT, in my opinion.
And fortunately, you know, KyoAni is still out there doing amazing work. But that's the other one that I was actually saying to Takako that I had the thing for why doesn't Nintendo make Mother 3? Do they just have a big glass box that says in case of emergency make Mother 3? And you've given me very good reason to say, okay, I understand that. But same concept. I swear there must be a glass box in KyoAni offices that says, in case of bad financial year, break glass and make Haruhi Season 3.
But, like, wasn't...
They only got through half of the source material.
I'm not, like, educated enough on this, but, like, wasn't there a scandal with the main voice actor, and that's why Haruhi, like, stopped existing? Am I crazy?
I don't think so.
I feel like I read that somewhere on the internet, but that might be a lie. I remember like Haruhi being like the poster child of like anime in like the mid 2000s, and then like the main voice actor like got caught doing something. Yeah, AKIAJI, don't know, that was her name. I thought she like got caught doing something, and then she had like a smear campaign, and they had to like stop making Haruhi. But I might have made that up. But you know.
Oh.
Because like Japan is
Chunga
crazy.
says VA was in a band and she slept with a lot of people. If that's, I would be very upset if that's why we didn't get more Haruhi. If that alone.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Did you hear what happened to the Yakuza guy?
That makes me sad.
That's my theory. That's my theory.
I hate
Why we
that
don't
twice
have
you've
Harry's
crushed
season
my
3.
dreams tonight, Margo.
I'm sorry.
And at the same time, I'm actually like from the academic standpoint, I'm excited to have some of these answers and be like, oh, now it at least makes sense. But it also at the same time now crushes any hopes I have of that happening because I stand by that even now, if they were to make Haruhi Season 3, it would print money. It would absolutely print money.
I agree. No, I'm right there with you. But, you know, Japan is like really weird about seiyuu stuff
They
and like
sure
images
are.
and stuff like that.
That's sort of bouncing back to broader VTubing stuff. The one thing that it is entirely logical how so many Japanese idol tendencies, terms, practices, and sensibilities found their way into VTubing because a lot of the early VTuber agencies were modeled after Japanese VTuber agencies because they were based in Japan. That is entirely logical. And it is also entirely logical that for us in the West, when we see the big VTuber agencies, that the early indies are going to take a great deal of inspiration from the folks that they are inspired by, that they are going to see, okay, this is how the successful people do it, so that's how I should do it. It is entirely logical. It is entirely reasonable to say, oh, well, yes, this is how things should be. Clearly, it's working over there, and that's, that's going to be the blueprint that I don't have any idea of how it necessarily works, so there's no precedent here. We're going to base it off of what is successful. Perfectly reasonable. And through that sequence of perfectly reasonable carryovers and assumptions, we have been saddled with an unfortunate set of things that I do not think we need.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
And fortunately, I do feel like we have actually been shedding a lot of these unnecessary factors over time, naturally, that we're seeing the logical pushback of people realizing, wait a minute, maybe we don't need this. Maybe we shouldn't do things quite like that. Maybe I don't need to have this be part of, my design or my practice or how I do my content. And honestly, if we're able to grow past that in under 5 years, that's good. That means that we're actually moving quite fast. And I hope we continue along this path and continue to unburden ourselves from the unnecessary carryovers from the Japanese idol industry.
I think we can do it.
And I think we will. And like I said, it's been very heartwarming to see in the past 2 years alone how much things have shifted, in my opinion, for the better. And the fact that it's only taken this long means that it's moving very fast. Because you look at so many things, so many industries that take decades to do anything and sometimes still don't change.
You mentioned it earlier when we were talking about like the VTuber, like air quotes, the VTuber community, right? Like I feel like the line between like VTubing and just like regular streaming and like content creation has been becoming really blurred, like you said. And I think that's played like a major role in sort of like eroding like the idol culture that was like really prominent in, like,
that all this other stuff is
VTubing.
getting in and naturally pushing back or just showing other ways to do it. And part of it,
like getting audiences that are vocal about like not caring about that sort of thing, right? It makes more people more confident to just sort of be themselves.
And I think that just enough people have found it and realized that they don't need to do exactly what they see from Japan because they weren't the first ones, that there's so many other data points, there's so much other precedent. It's not just this is the only thing you have to base it off of, and that piece by piece we're seeing people implementing those changes. But also I very much agree with your assessment that blending with broader content creation as a whole is forcing its hand a lot quicker, more naturally, because you're getting these outside influences chipping away very, very rapidly at these, I don't necessarily want to say, at these habits, chipping away at these habits.
Oh yeah, I think that's a good way of describing it.
It
I
is,
still catch myself doing stuff sometimes. So I'm like, well, Hololive does it like that.
and to be fair, like I said, it's entirely logical to base things off of what has been successful. And I think there are many things that you see from Hololive and other more traditional idol-esque agencies that are very practical. That I do think that a debut stream in some way, shape, or form is a smart thing from a branding and marketing and just a showmanship standpoint. Doesn't necessarily need to be the PowerPoint presentation every time, no. But I think that building up a little bit of hype and saying, hey, I'm doing this thing, and I'm gonna make an event out of it, that's totally cool. I think that's something that more folks should do. I think that, I think creating moments and days of celebration are something that other areas of content could actually learn from. The other side of it is the one thing that I have very consistently railed against and said that it is entirely unnecessary unless you are a corporate VTuber. The term graduation, entirely unnecessary. There is no reason to paint yourself into the corner and say, I am done, I am never coming back. That fortunately, we now have most people saying indefinite hiatus, or just I'm stepping away, or I'm going to be stopping making content, period. But the phrase graduation brings so much baggage with it and a certain amount of finality, lock the door, throw away the key. If you come back from graduation, you have deceived people.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times,
And
which is interesting.
And that I think extended hiatus or just indefinite hiatus very cleanly skirts it, but it leaves the door unlocked for you if you ever choose to. And even if you don't plan to, if you think I'm definitely done, there's no way in hell I'm ever coming back, but just things change, people change their minds. It's a human thing to do, and that I don't like seeing people reduce their own options. And that while, yes, for an agency, a graduation is understandable because no, that talent will not go back to that agency. That agency is not going to recast that model with somebody else. That is going to be the end of that model, of that talent at that agency. It is final. And in that instance, yes, I understand why and how they do that. But unless you're an agency talent, there's no reason to use that term.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way, but that makes sense.
Seriously. Actually, you're missing one credit to graduate? No!
Tell me about it.
But still, it's so fascinating to see VTubing growing as rapidly and changing as rapidly as it has, because for all the bumps along the way, the growth and change, like I said, the habits being chipped away at in only a matter of years, that other spaces take decades to move an inch, means that we are evolving incredibly rapidly.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
A little bit. That is entirely true.
I mean, I feel like I've had like, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to say the thoughts that I'm about to say, but like, it really does feel like VTubing is like changing in a way that I feel like I can't keep up with sometimes, right? And that's why I'm so like devoted to like game dev and stuff. But at the same time, it's like really exciting seeing all of my friends like achieve heights that I never thought they would before. You know, I have so many memories of like watching my friends like debut, you know, and they were like so awkward, and like the model tech wasn't as advanced, so it was just sort of like
that's been one of the most fun things for
like
me as just as an observer, that I occupy a very unusual space in this community, quote unquote, just as someone who deliberately, I talked about painting oneself into a corner and reducing their options. I deliberately painted myself into a corner and made the channel name, the entire premise, a talk show. That have I done 1 or 2 game streams because of charity marathons? Yes. Do I ever plan to pivot into more conventional content? No. Could I eventually decide to and realize, oh no, I've painted myself into a corner? There is that small chance, not likely. But that, for me, this is episode 152 of Vtuber Talk. It's been 3.5 years now, and the difference of now and then, from the macro to the micro, of there are people who who I was lucky enough to have on the show in the early days that are still here, and they're 3 model iterations past, or there's people now who aren't here under the name that they were when they appeared on this show because they are now operating under other names, under bigger lights. There are some people who were here and did not have a purple check mark next to their name and are now among the biggest independent talents in the West. And just to see all of the individual journeys that people have had has been so fun. And obviously, I cannot take even the slightest bit of credit. I am incredibly aware of my very, very tiny following. I'm incredibly thankful for anybody who comes on my show, who takes time out of their day to, come and just jabber and yap around with little old me. And to anybody in chat who decides to stop by to see their Oshi for even a couple minutes, that, you can see them on their channel, but you actually took the time out to be here. And even if it's for 1 minute, or if you've been here for the whole, almost 4 hours, thank you. I do appreciate it. But I have no delusions of grandeur. I realize that I am very small, and I'm okay with that. In some ways, I have engineered this to be small. And that's because, for me, the fun is just talking with people and getting to see their journeys, and even if it's just getting a snapshot of them in this moment in time. And even if I never get to have an extended conversation with that person ever again, that getting to see their journey, and that it's not even the pride of getting to say that I was a part of their journey and that, they were on my show at one point and I got to talk with them before they were big. No, but just to that I'm a fan of VTubers. Surprise, surprise. As shocking as that sounds, just being able to see people do cool shit and kick ass is so exciting.
Hell yeah.
And that for you and so many others, that 3 years is a long time. And that there are some folks that have been here longer. There are some folks that are, only just getting started now, and that people sometimes say, the VTuber bubble has burst. And I firmly, strongly disagree with that. I think the bubble is growing so large that you don't even see it anymore. That it feels like the bubble has burst because the scope, as we were talking about, just the blurring of the lines of what the community is, has gotten so vast. There are so many VTubers that you don't even realize it anymore, that you do not see the atmosphere around you because it is too big. The bubble is that big now. And just, yes, we see people graduating, but that's natural. And that if you look at things statistically, the number of people who are becoming VTubers versus the number that are graduating, even if you see a rash of, 5 quote-unquote big-name indie VTubers graduated, and that's even before the potential of them appearing under different names on a future date. Let's assume that they are actually done and making their exits, they're bowing out. No, 5 people saying that they're graduating, even if it were 5 people in a week, that's nothing. More than 5 VTubers debut every day. I don't know how many it is, but it's a lot, and it's only increasing. And as soon as we get the actual blurring of VTubing with broader content creation, that the number is going to be entirely incalculable, that I expect in 10 years' time, a VTuber model is going to be considered standard hardware, standard software for being a content creator, that buy your microphone, get OBS set up, have your stock VTuber model set, that you don't need to have a fancy custom one, but that every content creator, every streamer, I think, is going to have a PNG or basic model that they can put up if they don't want to, put on makeup that day, or if they have a gag that they want to ignore the laws of physics for, or if they just, I don't know, want to put on a silly hat for the game, because putting on a silly hat in IRL isn't going to be as easy as putting an asset in on VTube Studio or something. That just, it will be a tool in the tool belt, and that there are going to be so many more. The bubble has not burst, and I don't think it is a bubble capable of bursting unless we are talking about the collapse of content creation entirely.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And Godot mentioned it in chat, and I feel the same way. Like, I think it's really crazy, just like the opportunity that VTubing has given people, right? Like, I feel like VTubing still kind of has the stigma of like weird, like weeaboo otaku shit, right?
Yeah, and
like,
that your Chungus in the chat mentions that Pokemon tried to get a VTuber model and that it didn't go well. I think that she's still ahead of the curve. That maybe it didn't go well, but I think that's just because she was so far ahead that some of the public hasn't caught up yet, and that in a couple years' time they will.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just like, it really is just a way for, I was talking about, like, I didn't think I'd ever be a streamer. I thought I was too, like, weird and off-putting and, like, not pretty enough to be a streamer.
There's so many people that never imagined doing streaming or content creation that took the dive because of VTubing.
Yeah.
Not all of them quite in the way that you took it, but that for one reason or another, whether it be a level of comfort in the anonymity or being able to present themselves in a way that they cannot do in real life, that VTubing unlocked the door for so many people, and that we now have all these other creative minds. And also just think about the cottage industry for artists that has popped up because of VTubing. Just model artists, to just the people that are doing assets, the backgrounds, that your average content creator streamer needs a very basic type of background, but VTubers need visual assets apart from their model on a scale that other content creators don't. And there are so many artists that have been able to go full-time with their art in a way that they just couldn't prior, because there was not the market for it. There was not the demand for it. But with VTubing, these assets are now needed.
Boat. Like, I'm not gonna mince words. Like, VTubing changed my life. Like, I was working like shitty service jobs for like 7 years straight, and like the combination of like content creation and like all of the opportunities for artists that are around in this community, like it's given me the ability to like support myself, and that's not something that I ever thought would happen to me in like a million years, but it's super possible, and even if like the great VTuber apocalypse happens, like I've made so many connections, and I've like raised my skills so much up to like a point where I can carry myself on from here. It's really amazing. It's really incredible.
I'm far more worried about Twitch collapsing than VTubers collapsing. Let's put it that way.
That's true. Good point. I don't know how Twitch does it, man.
And the streaming platform conversation is an entire other beast. We've got good stuff. Don't get me wrong. Twitch is really good, and there's a reason that I still do Twitch over YouTube. I should probably actually get off my butt and just simulcast to both, but eh.
No, I'm in the same boat.
But
I'm very go with the flow. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. LOL.
But there's so much cool stuff. There's so much cool stuff.
Awesome. It's truly wonderful.
Pivoting a little bit, we were talking about the Japanese idol industry and all the pros and cons that come with it, but I know that there is a idol series that is very near and dear to your heart, although it's not a conventional idol series. It's not an idol group. It's a game series that has gone on to also be anime and other things, but that your entry point was the games, and that is the series Idol Master.
Oh man, I don't I don't know if I'm qualified to talk about Idol Master.
Why not?
But I don't I'm such a I I have a confession to make. I have a confession to make. I love Idol Master. Okay, I played the mobile game for like 3 years straight. Okay, I watched all the anime, but I was primarily I was primarily into Idol Master because I was a Fujoshi and I shipped 2 of the male characters.
I
So
mean,
feel
this
like
isn't entirely shocking.
it's just it feel it's like psychotic. I don't know. I'm not able to talk to other Idolmaster fans about Idolmaster because like I have my favorite girls. I love Naokamiya. I love my Fukuyama. Like I love them. They're adorable. But like that's kind of as far as it goes. Like my obsession was like in a weird niche part of the internet that I don't think about anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like this.
Is that part along with fan fiction, I suppose?
Yeah. For sure.
Do you still read fan fiction much at all?
I used to like I used to be really into fan fiction, but I'm definitely more of like a I treat fandom as like my training grounds rather than like a social activity. Like like how do I word this? Like I've very rarely been in fandoms that have had more than 3 people in it. So my strategy is to get like really obsessed with something that has like 2 fans, like Killer 7 or like Monogatari or like Nintama, and because like nobody cares about those things and because there's like no English speaking fandom for it, I can do whatever I want. I can draw whatever fan art I want. I can write whatever fan fiction I want. I can write like doujinshi and like upload it like silently on the internet and like no one bothers me about it. Like the only feedback I get on it is like other sickos like me. Like it's like I only get in contact with like the occasional other sicko that is like amazed that another person is in their secret clubhouse, and we have like a moment of bonding over it and then we move on.
I can very much understand the broader concept of, okay, I want it to be so small that nobody can give me a hard time. Of just when things are smaller, they are simpler, and that when they're smaller, there's less chance for drama and hate and whatnot. And that if you find this thing that you really, really love that only 2 other people like that, like you said, you can just do this thing and let loose creatively and just not worry in a way that you might if you were doing something for a series with more readership or higher visibility.
Yeah, pretty much. Because like I was in 2 big fandoms. I was in the Metal Gear fandom and I was in the Splatoon fandom. And both of those fandoms were like the most stressful like 5 years of my life.
Like I mentioned earlier, it is a
was
matter of statistics. The
miserable.
bigger something gets, the more
miserable.
likely there will be assholes among them.
It's true. I I had fun being in those fandoms. It was nice getting attention on my art, but like it wasn't worth all the random strangers that like want to kill you because you like
Yep.
shipped the wrong thing or like interpreted their favorite character incorrectly. Like it was hell. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the heat.
Now, you mentioned Splatoon also near the top of the show and said that you were actually not just a fan in terms of content creation, but that you were actually competitive at it for a while.
Yeah, I did during the pandemic when none of us had very much going on. I would wake up every day at 5 a.m. and I would play Splatoon 2 in a Discord until like 2 a.m. And I would just do that every single day during the pandemic. And I ended up getting worryingly talented at Splatoon 2 to the point that I could play it competitively. But then I had to get a job again, and the streams were squashed. But you know, it was a good run.
Mm. Is that the only time you've ever been at a competitive level for a game?
I would say so. I don't like competitive games like that. Like that's how dire it was, right? Like that's how dire the pandemic
Hey, don't worry,
was for me.
I've never been competitive at any game. The closest I ever got to competitive was like top 4 at locals for Smash Brothers Melee once. Every other time I did not make it to even like a top cutter. And that was just because I enjoyed playing Smash with my friends, and I've never actually been competitive at a game. But
I used to really be into fighting games. I played a lot of Skullgirls and like Street Fighter. I really like Third Strike. But yeah, I was never able to like get to the level that was required to like fight other people. So I
love spectating competitive games. That like spectating competitive Pokemon, basically any fighting game that I don't need to understand it on the nitty-gritty level or be able to necessarily execute what the high-level players do, but that most of them are at the very least understandable enough as a viewer, and that if you get a good shoutcasting crew, that it can be very fun to watch. But I have no interest in getting good to the point that you have to be for actual competitive play. Any thoughts on Tetris? High-level Tetris players scare me.
I love Tetris. I was never able to get good at competitive Tetris though, because
it's really cool, but they scare me.
To be good at it, you have to do like T-spins. You have to do like weird like combos and setups, and I like was not smart enough to get good at it. But I love falling block drop puzzle games, whatever they're called. I love Puyo Puyo. I love Tetris. I love Panel de Pon. I love Dr. Mario. I love freaking, what's the other one? I'm forgetting one. That might be all of them. I love falling block puzzle games. They're fun. They're awesome.
Is there a game that you wish you had the time to be able to really get good at?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I don't know. It's like, I guess fighting games. I really like fighting games. I really like I genuinely just had the time of my life when I was like a Street Fighter head, right? But my issue with fighting games is like you have to devote so much time to a fighting game just so that you're like mediocre at it.
Yeah.
That was not satisfying.
The skill curve is very intense.
Yeah, that was not a satisfying feeling for me. Like just having to devote like hours and hours and hours, and if you like take a break from fighting games, if you come back, like it's all just gone. And the fact that there were like so many different fighting games, and you know, like different systems, and and I'm not built for it. You know, I love looking at them, I love all the characters in them, but I don't have the patience for it. I need instant gratification, or I just get frustrated. That's why I like Splatoon so much, because it's for like children. It's like a really simple game, so like, you know, like from a distance it like looks really easy and like stupid, but like once you start getting into the nitty-gritty of it, it becomes like, you know,
I feel like that's any good competitive game, something that is simple on the surface but has the depth and complexity that warrants the time and technical knowledge to be high level. That Pokemon, kids can play Pokemon. You don't need to understand anything about EVs, IVs, natures, nothing. You don't need to know it. You can still just mash flamethrower and beat the Elite Four and you're fine. But for those who want it, you can do all of that stuff and then get into high level, you know, 2v2 play, and that's all already there, baked into the game. You don't need to buy an expansion pack for it or anything. That you have that. And similarly for Splatoon, that you can just enjoy and play Splatoon super casual, but you can also be that high level team that is going and actually doing stuff in competitions.
Yeah. I think that's why I like falling drop puzzle games so much, because it's like they're so easy to learn, but you know, you need like unhuman levels of like twitch reflex to play them competitively, you know.
Just I still don't understand. I know what a T-spin is, or rather, I should rephrase that. I know that the T-spin exists as a concept. I do not understand it.
No, I've never been able to wrap my head around T-spins, and you gotta learn how to do them if you want to fight competitively. So I just I never was able to go down that road of becoming like a true Tetris psycho, you know. At least I can beat my friends casually at it. You know, that's all that matters.
Now that's the level to be. Of just, you know, be able to just win against your friends and whatnot, but not be such a high level that they don't want to play against you anymore.
Exactly. You have to lull them into a false sense of security.
That you become the final boss of your friend group, and that they're like, you know, that they do beat you every so often, and that it's something that they feel is attainable and real, and that also for you, that you're not such a high level that it's outright boring to play against other friends, because at that point, you know, it's not going to be fun anyways.
Yeah.
That, you know, that's the level of getting good that I can't even say that I necessarily have been many times, but when I have gotten good at a game, that's the extent of it.
It's a life hack. I think that's why I spent so much time in Splatoon, because I would get really good at Splatoon, and then I would be able to carry all of my friends in competitive.
Oh yeah, well that's the true good ending, where it's a team game like that. So it's not just, all right, I am beating my friends at this game, but we still have fun and competitive matches to, okay, I get to be the hero and carry. Yes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Feels great.
It is interesting that Nintendo has only really ever attempted a competitive team game like that once, and
I don't know what was happening, because you know, it's like we hadn't gotten an original IP in like 5 million years, and then they're like, hey, you, the guy who made Animal Crossing, make a new IP, and he was like, okay, and then
I'm gonna make the thing that doesn't play like Animal Crossing at all. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like really like fresh and new and creative and exciting and successful and fun as heck to play.
Hit the balance of
how do they do it?
What was basically a MOBA, but approachable for kids, and given the flavoring to not be violent, while still having the mechanical, you know, that it's a gun game, that it's the same broader concept, but instead of shooting the people, you're shooting the environment, and that's not, all right, let's blow up the environment, it's just, let's paint the environment, and that it is such a Nintendo approach to things that
it really is.
Nobody had been creative enough to create a family-friendly, competitive team game like that before. And
awesome.
We still don't really have many of those.
There's foam stars.
Yeah, what we've gotten is just Splatoon knockoffs, yes. Incredible how, even after all that, the system that has the higher graphical fidelity than the Switch could possibly dream somehow looked worse than Splatoon.
Yeah, goes to show. It's not all about them poly counts.
Nope. So I wonder if Splatoon needs to be changed, because, all right, it's been 3 games, and that it feels like 3 is getting to the end of its life cycle. So is Splatoon 4 going to be on the horizon, or how are they going to do that?
I don't know. I think 3's got like 5 more years in it. I don't know. I think 3's going to be around for a long time.
I think that it's going to die out with the Switch.
You think? I feel like they must, I don't know, because like the same thing happened with Splatoon 2, right? Like they released Splatoon, and then they released the Switch, and they're like, oh god, like we have to put Splatoon on the Switch, but there's like no way to like, you know, like transfer the servers, so they made like Splatoon 1 like really quickly and like so like Splatoon 2
I
was
mean,
like a
then
weird,
again, Team
unfinished
Fortress
game.
2 has been here for 20 years, so what do I know?
But like
Splatoon 3 could very
I
well
don't know.
endure.
I think they're gonna figure out a way to make like Splatoon 3 like cross-playable on the Switch too. Like I think they've learned their lesson from Splatoon 1. That's my theory. Because they couldn't transfer Splatoon 1 to the Switch because of the gamepad.
Yeah.
But if they keep the same format, you know, if they make the PS5 of the Switch 1, then I think
That's the
think
thing, though, with
Splatoon
Nintendo.
3
You don't know what the hell they're
got
going to
it.
do.
You don't know. There's really no way to know.
The one time they tried to make something that was reminiscent of their immediate past platform, it was the worst home console they'd ever released.
But it was so cool. It had Nintendo Land and Color Splash. It was awesome. We let it down. Okay, the Wii U is the Dreamcast of the modern era. Okay, we let the Wii U down. It could have been so good.
Wow. That's a... I never thought about it in those words, but I don't think you're wrong.
It's how I don't know. The Wii U is so cool, but it got the worst marketing on the planet.
Yep, it was terrible marketing and really no game library.
Yeah, it's tragic.
It'll be interesting to see how they follow up the Switch, because I do think the Switch is, in a lot of ways, just, you know, it feels like such a logical conclusion for Nintendo in so many ways, and that it's been such a successful system commercially, creatively, that obviously Nintendo is not a perfect company. They have done many things and made many decisions over the years that are frustrating, illogical, and or both. But structurally and in terms of support, the Switch has gotten everything that one could ask for.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Switch is like the Switch feels to me like Nintendo putting up the white flag. Like it's so like I love the Switch, but it's so devoid of the personality that like all of their previous consoles had. You know, it has the generic UI. The eShop has no music. There's no more Mii's. There's
I never
like, not
thought
as
about
many
the lack
gimmicks,
of eShop
you know?
music.
I don't know. I always like felt like the Switch was just like them accepting that like gamers don't want toys anymore. I want toys. I'm foaming at the mouth for toys, but I think Nintendo low key is like, oh man, we got too cocky with the Wii U, you know. But who knows? Who knows?
In a lot of ways, the Wii U feels like the prototype for the Switch, though. That the gamepad concept, that it hit me just a couple days ago. Nintendo has not had a single screen experience since 2004. That starting with the DS, every single console they have released has had two screens as a concept. That the Wii U was a dual screen thing, as is the Switch. And that in a lot of ways, that's something that has really unlocked a lot of play and design space that the other consoles have never had and surprisingly have never attempted. And that I sort of think that I wonder if they are going to finally move away from it because it has been so long, or will they continue with it? Because I feel like they should, because like I said, there's so much design space there that they've been able to have that others simply don't. But also by the same token, look at everything Nintendo has done in terms of their consoles, and that they've really never had consistency except for the Wii to the Wii U, and they were punished for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the next closest thing of actual one-to-one is the NES to SNES. But Nintendo 64 to the GameCube to the Wii, wildly different every single time. And then the Wii U to the Switch, closer than some of the others, but still a pretty significant divergence when you hold it up beside the PS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and good lord, the Xbox naming conventions are even less logical than Nintendo's. At least Nintendo makes something new and flavorful every time, and the Wii U was not a good branding decision, but that's the anomaly. Everything else has been flavorful and interesting and unique. And who the hell in the Xbox marketing department? Okay, Xbox to 360, I can get that because you're renaming things, fine. And I can understand that you're not necessarily going to go Xbox 720 and then iterate on that because you're going to end up with really silly high numbers very quickly. But to then go like 1 and then Series X, there's at least move to a flavorful thing. Like... I think they just need to go the Nintendo route. That obviously Sony has it set because they've got a simple sequential number ordering. Great, good for them. And Xbox has gone so far off the rails, I think they should just go the Nintendo route of make a name something that is mildly flavorful, that is simple. It doesn't necessarily need to be logical. Look at the Wii. But their attempts at making something that sounds clean and professional, I think, is working against them.
I don't think they're ever gonna like go off that road though. I mean, 1, because like Microsoft executives are brain dead, and 2, because like I think Xbox is so like I'm sure Xbox considers themselves like neck at neck competitive with like a Sony, right? With like the PlayStation, right? Like I don't think like ever in their dreams they would dream of like changing the Xbox like branding.
Sorry, well, rephrase that. It should still be the Xbox something. I'm not saying they should get rid of the Xbox brand.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No.
Saying.
I'm talking about their subtitles. I'm talking about 360 versus 1 versus Series S versus Series X. That none of them are flavorful or make sense. That at least the Nintendo GameCube makes sense. The Nintendo Wii was unique, but made essential sense. The Nintendo Switch makes sense that it's not a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like Sony has, but that the titles that Nintendo gives to their consoles are representative of their consoles in a way, whereas past the 360, that going from basic to 360, that's fine because you're going from nothing, but then to go to 1 and then Series S and Series X, that I feel like you're not able to get a good identity for the actual console. That obviously it should always be Xbox, no question. But what goes after that colon after the Xbox?
Yeah, they really painted themselves into a corner.
Yeah, Xbox One X Series X is just marketing nightmare. Why? Branding nightmare. Why?
Maybe they should just call the next one just the Xbox, and then the fans have to like nickname it like the Neo Xbox.
No, what it is it's the Xbox One, but it's a Roman numeral 1.
Oh yeah. That could work.
Like even
like
if they were to call it the Xbox Raptor, I think that'd be perfectly acceptable. I'm not joking. That I think they should just go with a flavorful, iconic type of name that just, all right, it's the Raptor. It's the Xbox Raptor, and that I think they just need to move away from numbers, period, because they've long abandoned logic with numbers. So they just need a code name, a descriptor, and even if it's not a logical descriptor, a word to associate with it, because saying, I'm gonna bring my Series X over to my friend's house does not have the same ring of I'm bringing my GameCube over to my friend's house.
I don't know. Do people do that though? Do people lug consoles over to each
anymore,
other's
they don't,
houses?
But back in my day.
Yeah.
I don't even know how we got on that topic.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Oh no. I think I'm the one who dragged us on that tangent. That's my fault, Margo, not yours.
I'm out of my element. I'm like grandma maxing over here. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, whatever. It's not the PlayStation 1. Who cares?
Do you have a personal favorite console of all time? I'm not asking what do you think is the best console of all time, but just entirely
I
subjectively, what is your favorite? It can be
I
just
think
nostalgia based or based on a couple of games. If you can have one console and just it will work forever, what is the one console that you want?
I've sworn allegiance to the PlayStation 2, I think.
That's a fair one. That was what a solid console.
Because yeah,
just
I
like
mean
so many
that's what
games.
introduced me to video games, you know.
So many good games. It had a DVD
nostalgia
player
for it.
in it. It was great.
Yeah, the DVD player. I don't know, and like I feel like it's like crazy that I like grew up with the PlayStation 2, and I like had this idea of like what the PlayStation 2 was, and I was like so in love with it. And then I keep learning about like new games that I never even heard of before. That
Its library
were
was massive.
purely on the PlayStation 2, and they're like, I don't know, it's awesome. I love it so much. I've been really like Dreamcast pilled lately though. Like, I don't know. I keep after playing like back to back to back. I played D2, and then I played Shenmue 1, and then I played Blue Stinger and Illblade, and like all of those games like just like rocked my world. So I'm pretty devoted to the Dreamcast now, for sure.
So a little bit of statistics. The number of games that were made for the GameCube was approximately 650.
Uh-huh.
The number of games that was made for the Xbox was approximately 1,000.
Uh-huh.
The number of games that was made for the PlayStation 2, 3,800.
Oh my god, really? I mean, I guess that makes sense, because like Xbox was kind of like West only, you know, in terms of production.
Yeah.
And PlayStation was getting all the licensed games and getting all the long-running Japanese series and getting all the shovelware. You know, it totally makes sense. Yeah. Wow.
Just it had so many. It was accessible. It is one of, if not the best-selling consoles of all time. I don't know offhand what has that, because I know the Switch did very well, and also the DS, depending on if you count that. But anyways, it did really well, and it had a lot of cool stuff on it. And it was a DVD player. I also firmly believe that the PS3 having a Blu-ray player played a part in the death of HD DVD. If you remember what HD DVD is, congratulations, you're old.
For sure. I'm not old. I'm still young. I just had old parents. But yeah, I still only treat my PlayStation 3 as a DVD player.
That was the thing. The PS3.
I put all my anime Blu-rays in it.
It was the cheapest Blu-ray player on the market at the time.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It works so well as one, you know? Why not? And you know, there's a lot of cool stuff on the PlayStation 3, you know? In hindsight, like the classic "the PS3 has no games" meme, it's like it was like tongue in cheek, right? But like now we're like, how long has the PlayStation 5 been out? When did the PS5 come out?
Let me check when.
I typing it into Google doesn't immediately tell you. Let's see.
November 2020.
Yeah.
So
like, there's still like
almost 4 years.
What's on the PS5? Demon Souls remake? Death Stranding without Monster Energy? Freaking, I don't know, Silent Hill 2 remake? Like I genuinely cannot think of any.
There are
PS5
currently
games.
658 games for the PS5.
600?
PlayStation 3 apparently had 5,000 games, but what skews that is that's in the age of digital, so that there were a lot of digital-only releases, whereas everything that was going to be for PlayStation 2 was physical. So stats get skewed a lot nowadays.
True. It's like messed up though. I don't know. It's like frightening. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the PS4 did like not have a long enough cycle before we moved on to the PS5, and then we did anyways, and now we just have these like strange behemoths of gaming that haven't like really left any sort of notable footprint, you know, on like the culture. It's fascinating, quite honestly.
Yeah. And now I'm sort of missing that the death of E3 was sad and entirely expected.
Yeah. I'm still sad about it though. I have so much nostalgia for it.
Like, we still have basically what E3 was anyways. If not more now. That it feels almost like too much, but at the same time, it's nice that nowadays you don't need to be one of the big three to have a big event going on and a big presser during June. It used to be if you weren't there that you couldn't do it, but now you have, Summer Games Fest, which is allowing the spotlight on all these other cool developers, and that you have even small and medium-sized developers doing their own things.
Yeah, it's cool. But I don't know. There's just like, I guess it feels like there's like so many events now, right? It feels like game announcements are now like spread out.
World
across...
premiere.
Yeah, the Game Awards and like Jeff's Summer Fest and stuff like that. So it's like just spread out across like a bunch of different
Keighley,
events.
in a span of 5 years, I don't know, has basically cornered the market on game announcement events, and that he's done it very smartly. It's just 2 events, and they are 6 months apart. One in June, one in December. And that he basically was right there, that he is not the reason that E3 died, but he certainly had himself positioned so that the moment E3 died, that he was the natural heir to the throne. And meanwhile, nobody was doing anything in December. And to the man's credit, he had been trying to get a legitimate game awards show stood up for years. That he had been involved with the Spike Game Awards way back in the day, and goodness knows, we spoke briefly about award shows and said, yeah, they're mostly people patting themselves on the back, but at the same time, the ability for games to get their own award show is something of a point of pride, I think, to sort of stand alongside all these other artistic mediums and say, we are able to do this, and we're creating things that are worthy of this recognition. And that for all of its faults, there's no question that the Game Awards is the best version of a video game award show that we've ever had, except for maybe the DICE Awards, but that wasn't actually meant for public consumption. That's the industry. And now suddenly he has 2 big events and is probably making good money on the marketing dollars, but at the same time, a lot of eyes are on it, and people are going to pay to get eyes on their trailers.
So weird when you think about it. I feel like Jeff Keighley's like cornball Summerfest like really came out of nowhere, but it's like,
well, it had been there. That he stood it up like 5-6 years ago. That it's been around, and that the folks that really actually kicked off the beginning of that was Nintendo. When they said, we're not going to do a physical presser, and we're going to have this pre-recorded video, and we're going to call it Nintendo Direct, and everyone thought it was the most absurd thing they had ever heard. And we're like, is this Nintendo? Is this then a Nintendo? Like, are they just so low on budget or something? Have they hit a financial hard time where they can't afford to rent out the theater and put on the in-person presser? What are they doing? And now it is the de facto format and the de facto term that one of the biggest indicators that you've made it is if people are using your brand name as the generic name of Kleenex. People call any tissues Kleenex or something like that, and that every time that you have a company doing a video thing, 50+% of the time it's a direct. It's because of Nintendo.
It's interesting.
And that in the wake of that, Jeff Keighley was like, well, wait a minute, what if we just did that for all these companies that can't afford to put together their own direct or can't afford to have their own big presser? So we'll have that, and that the other big players still have their thing, but this gives some of the indies a chance to do stuff. And then suddenly, poof, when E3 evaporates, he's just standing there ready.
Yeah.
And suddenly he's the only game in town.
He's a genius.
And it wasn't even like he didn't sabotage, he didn't run them out of town, he didn't have any hand in it. He was just, he had something that was fine enough going, and now he's the only one left. Obviously all those other folks are now just doing their own independent streams and whatnot, but that in terms of what you would call the quote-unquote event of the gaming summer, the brand name is now Summer Games Fest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also do feel really bad about the guy getting just twice in a year, he had to deal with somebody getting up on stage, and I felt bad for him. It's like, give them, man, it's not perfect, but also I think he gets a lot of flack he doesn't deserve, and gosh, to have your show interrupted not once but twice, I'm sure that if he was yelling at someone backstage the second time it happened, he would have been justified. Like, first time, okay, fine, there was a slip up in security. How did they let that happen a second time?
I don't know. I mean, maybe the perpetrator was extremely determined. They had a vendetta against Jeff Keighley,
Well, it's fortunate that it wasn't against Jeff Keighley, that they were just trolled. It's a good thing that it wasn't someone with, like, harmful intent, because they were literally next to the man. That if there was somebody who wanted to commit an act of violence, that he could have been in danger because of the failing of security at the stage.
Yeah, that is scary. I guess I never thought about it that way.
And, fortunately, it just wound up being trolls, but as somebody who thinks about showrunner stuff, it scared me a lot.
Yeah, I don't have that perspective. I'm just like, oh, haha, a guy went up on stage and said something funny.
I was like, ugh. But anyways, yeah. But the Game Awards were their own thing. Anyways. Sorry, that's me tangenting again. See, I'm just as bad at this, Margo.
You're fine.
But I'm also now realizing that we've been at this for 4.5 hours, and it is getting a bit late. So I do want to let you go before you start ending up dragging. I want to make sure that you're able to have a proper dinner and whatnot. But this has been so much fun, and I really, really appreciate you taking time out to be on the show. And thank you so much to all of the chestnuts who have stopped by, whether you've been here since the beginning of the stream or just popped in somewhere along the way. It really does mean a lot to me. I have just a couple last questions that I asked all my guests. And the first is, Margo, do you have any goals for the end of the year? Any either projects that you want to do, any streams you want to do? Obviously, you just accomplished a big goal, which is have your 3.0 debut. So with that behind you, do you have anything left that's sort of on your checklist to have done before the end of 2024?
Man, I don't know. I'm not. I'm a very like in the moment kind of guy.
That's fair.
Right?
And like I said, especially being literally 1 week removed from accomplishing a big goal in your 3rd anniversary and new model debut, it's understandable that you might be like, I'm not really thinking the big scale projects right now. I just finished that. So
I mean, my visual novel is kind of like what I want to focus my energy towards now, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not going to be a 2024 release. Do you have any sort of goal of like?
It to be though.
Well, okay, maybe it is.
I kind of sabotaged myself with my 3.0, right? But
well, who knows? That maybe it'll still happen, and even if not, that it sounds like, if not 2024, that sometime in 2025 is where you're aiming for.
Yeah, for sure. So, I guess that's my goal.
Awesome.
Making it finished enough by 2024 that I can release it in 2025. Certainly my goal.
Do you have an idea of where you would launch it? Steam sort of feels like the obvious answer, but I don't know if you
Just
want to go for like
itch.io.
itch. I was gonna say, yeah, that could be other
Yeah,
place.
for the most part.
Well, I
But
definitely look forward to hopefully seeing lots of VTubers playing your game on stream and potentially being very scared. Not sure.
again, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think anyone can stream it without
mm,
getting banned. But
oh shoot, that's right. Never mind. I keep
like
forgetting that.
I like your positive
Nah.
thinking. I guess people have streamed hentai games on stream before in the past and haven't gotten banned, but
Well,
I don't think it's a good idea.
I guess how much work would it be to put in a Twitch safe toggle in the settings? And what would that do?
I guess I could do that theoretically. I could just take a couple scenes out, but I don't know. It's embarrassing.
I'm very excited for you. And, I know it's something that you've been working on for a while, and I look forward to seeing where that ends up.
Yeah, I'm happy people are like looking forward to it because I think it's good, and I think I'm good at things. So
you are good at things, and I think that all the folks here would agree with that. And then the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And we've spoken actually much more than my average for shows about the VTubing space and being a VTuber. And like I said, there's no right way to be a VTuber, and that some people got into it because it let them be someone they couldn't be in real life. Some people did it because they had a creative or artistic urge or wanted to experiment or weren't comfortable being a face cam streamer. But there's so many other facets to it, not only of how people got into it, but why people continue doing it. And that, fortunately, even if you did not enjoy your first couple streams that you gave yourself that year to decide, and clearly 3 years later, it wound up being a good decision. So for you, AKIAJI, dang it, I stumbled over. For you, AKIAJI Margo, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
I think VTubing has given an opportunity to so many people, and you know, especially like young women that have sort of been told their whole life that they like, you know, that like what they say doesn't really matter, or that they wouldn't be able to succeed at certain things because of like, you know, a variety of factors like holding them back from participating in greater society, right? And I think, I don't know, I just think the kind of people that VTubing attracts and the ways that you can express yourself through VTubing and the people that I've met in VTubing, I feel like it's given so many people just like a fresh like air of confidence that they would have never been able to achieve otherwise. And I think that's like genuinely amazing. I think that's beautiful. I don't know. I've met so many people that I would have never met if it wasn't for the magical the magicalness of VTubing and the whole, you know, hokey puppeting and anime avatar element of it. And I don't know. I just think that's so awesome. I love VTubing.
I always ask that at the end of the show because it helps put a bow on things, but also the answers always make sense. And that for you and your journey, just the word confidence, I think, is a big one. And you mentioned that you were able to really tell a big difference from where you began to where you are now, and that content wasn't even something that had been on your radar conceptually. And here you are 3 years later, and that you've been able to do so many cool things, meet so many friends, and make so many memories. So I'm very glad that you were able to find VTubing, and thank you again for taking time to be on the show with me. That this has been so much fun, and I hope you had fun too.
Yeah, I had a great time.
The actual last question is, who would you like us to raid?
That's a good question.
While she looks for a raid target, just going to do a last bit of housekeeping. Again, thank you so much to everybody who's tuned in, whether you've been here from the start or just got here now. Well, if you just got here now, I'm really sorry, we're actually about to end. But if you want to see more shows like this, I am here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. And like I said, I don't have a regular broadcast schedule, but I do these on average once a week-ish. And you can definitely keep up with me in see lots of different shows. This is episode 152 and many, many more to come. I will fortunately never run out of VTubers to talk to, but even if you aren't going to follow me, please be sure to follow Margo if you aren't already. Also, thank you to, I realize I missed a couple of follows, Goblin.best, Andrea Swerbel, I'm very sorry I butchered that. Gwenevar Graceful, I like Toes 41, Too Valid, George Chungus, Oxtatum, I'm really bad at this, and DavyBot. Thank you for the follows. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for stopping by. And like I said, if for some absurd reason you're not following Margo, please do that. Margo, do you have a raid target for us? Oh, and Polyglitch, thank you for the follow.
I'm gonna say we're gonna raid Western style guy. I can type the name out. he's a fellow
Western style guy. That's not a descriptor, that's their name.
Yeah, from show to show.
Ooh.
A bit of talk showception, if you will.
Fantastic. Well, again, Margo, thank you so much. Thank you to all the chestnuts. Hope you all had a wonderful evening. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Take it easy, everybody, and I will see you all next time. Oh, and be sure to let Western Style Guy know that Margo sent you all, because I don't have any emotes myself, so spam lots of hers. Yeah. All right. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.
Bye.